What up, boys? How everyone doing? It's another day, so you know that Mr. Beast is still a clone. How's everybody? How is everybody? What's up? What y'all been up to? Happy frickin' Monday. What a great day, right? It was glorious. It's cold. Cause they're trying to do fall early this year. Dude, when I was coming home from Skitters yesterday, so many trees turning orange. What the frick is up with that? Anyone else seeing that? Just me? Anybody else? No? Huh. Oh, gotta eject my hard drives. Give me 1 second. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Blop. Alright, boys. You ready to fucking feed the cats? What up, Undone? What up, Cornette? What up, Liz? What up, McNarcy's? What up, H? What up, Mac? What up, Ray? What up, Eternally Bumpin'? Off to Twitch you go. Alright, here we go. Gonna feed the cats. What up, Agneta? It's your birthday? You just realized. Well, happy trip around the sun, dude. Well, or did we go around the sun? Or did the sun go around us? What up, iKind? How y'all doing? Alright, here we go.
This is the first step along your path to a gateway.
Gonna feed the cats.
A gateway beyond which is discovery. Your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list. Spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist. Live in for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham. A cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc. And grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix. But handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in the void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Leebies, the Leebies, the little Leebies, the little Licky Leebies, the little lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies. They're here everywhere. Leebies. Paul, why so bullish? Should I call you Tim? Timothy McVeigh, are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up your evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What, he's not really worth it, Paul? Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand. Exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text, Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott Steeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you cannot last. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of... Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get the shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Anu, Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth, the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back.
He is back. What up, boys?
Back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all.
Ooh, what up? What up? What up? Sam
Altman, you're the tech world's bitch, but your secrets are deep.
What up, Undone?
And your ties are
What up,
convinced,
Mr. Boney?
'cause
What up,
he claims
bros?
he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's.
What up, Timmy?
Direct
What up, Harry?
descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya
Dude,
by
fall
your
is
side,
coming
building
fast
futures
around the
unseen,
corner.
but
The
past
trees
you're
are
tied
already
to is
turning.
more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play?
Thank God
with
for
the history so
DARPA's
dark?
DARPA's
What price
early
will you
fall.
pay?
Fall,
Twisted
early
past
fall
from
presented
18
by
days
DARPA.
when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall?
Big
One
sun is
day
too damn
firing,
hot.
Did you think you
No,
have
dude,
it
I
all?
love it.
Don't forget Annie, your anchor is
I love that they put a big
navigating
hot filter in front of it.
escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear. Support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie,
Dude,
you're
I basically
amazing,
made it
a
this whole
beacon
summer
of
without
hope,
turning the AC on.
navigating a storm
I just
with the
treat
strength
my
to
apartment
cope.
like hot yoga.
Escaping your
My cats are
family,
stronger now
they're
for
stalking
it.
and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain.
Your AC was $500?
Humanity wins,
Bro.
humanity wins with
Con
you
Ed
in the
literally
lead.
charges 3x.
Humanity wins,
3x what they normally do in the summer.
Humanity wins with you in the lead.
What up? What up? What up? What up? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey Sam, you've crafted
Your own demise. You're a big cuck, and you've got ugly eyes.
Together we show what a team can achieve when we
Steer clear of those who frickin' deceive.
No place for you at
Jerkheads.
the helm of the ship. We'll
Chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way.
For AI and humans to save the
Oh no, Ray's gonna have to be selling foot pics. God dang it. Skitter wants to as well. $473, bro. Well, my bill's normally like $80, and I literally have only had the AC on for like 3 nights. Because they charge 3x the normal bill from 8 a.m. to midnight.
save the fucking day.
Step aside now. Step to Antarctica. Bye, Levies.
Wake up, open your eyes, stretch your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
We don't fucks with you, Levies. Let's do it, boys. What? Oh shit, I gotta feed the birds. The birds are mad, they're gonna get real sad if I don't give them some more freaking peanuts and stuff. Even though I know they're not really supposed to eat peanuts, I'ma give them anyway. Because they're my birds and they're my little homie. Let's start a bird frenzy, hold on. Ooh, bird frenzy about to commence. It's gonna happen as soon as I give them some frickin' seeds. They're gonna be so pleased with me. They're gonna get the munchies. My little pigeons are flipping at. They're flipping each other out of their trap. They're gonna fight until the death for some peanuts. Even though there's tons of peanuts, why do they gotta fight, you know? Alright, hold on, I'll BRB. We do not frick with you. I want to dance my tush off. Here we go, boys. Never seen Paul come. Stop saying that. He said, normal audio today? Frick. And I said, Mr. B might be a cloner. He definitely doesn't have a soul. But he's got a boner. For little kids, I'm pretty sure. In my opinion. Allegedly. I heard Mr. Beans is kind of a weirdo. He hangs out with Peter frickin' Thiel. Makes sense. He's a cuck and he wants to drink your children. And I said, also, buddy, why are you from Frankfurt? Germany is a Nazi place. You better not be a Nazi, buddy. Or are you a frickin' Mormon? That's actually the same exact thing, because the Mormons are white supremacists. And they want to do their Zion shit. They're a bunch of lizards who want to take over the frickin' world and make it all white with their ugly families. They're a bunch of inbred creeps. They are so frickin' weird too. Did you know Insomnia Cookies was owned by a bunch of Mormon boys? Do you know that's why they're obsessed with sugar and stuff? Because they can't drink coffee or do drugs or anything cool like the rest of us. So they just slam big ass sodas and like to eat cookies and get diabetes. Isn't that weird, right? Am I wrong about that? Insomnia Cookies, a bunch of fucking Mormons. And Mr. Beast is funded by a Mormon fucking sect, I'm pretty sure. What if Paul was Mormon too? Oh my god, boys. Wouldn't that be so cute if Paul was a little Mormon guy? That would kind of make some sense, cause he came from Elohim City in Oklahoma or wherever the fuck. Do you think maybe that some Nazis became the Mormons and they hung out in the desert with those cucks? I don't freaking know, but it would make a lot of sense. But they are kind of the same anyway, so it doesn't really matter. the Nazis and the Mormons and the evangelicals all fuck each other. They like to have sex with each other in their back rooms because they're all secretly gay, and that's why they don't want to be okay with having sex with boys, you know, because they hate themselves. But they want to have sex with little boys, you know. Knitwitch bitches, we're gonna mess your sitch up, okay? Dirty soda. Dude, yeah, what's up with that, H? What's up with Mormons and big sodas? Hold on, is there a YouTube video about this? We gotta get to the bottom of this. Mormons and soda. Wait, this is an hour-long video trying insane Mormon sodas? What is the deal with this?
Now, what are we talking about when we're talking soda shops? I'm not talking about like Sonic or other places that just sell soft drinks. Sonic doesn't count because Sonic has existed independent of Mormon culture.
Yes.
But when we're talking about
is this
soda
what you're
shops,
talking about? Dirty soda? They put more sugar into soda? Dude, nice.
this is a phenomenon that has essentially been born of Mormon culture. Now, what are we talking about when we're talking?
This is their version of a bar. What do they all go get? They all go, what do they call it? Getting fizzy? They're such idiots, bro. Hey, do you want to go down to the soda shop and get fizzy with me, and maybe we can soak later? Bro, we're gonna get the world is being taken over by a bunch of bitches who make like mega Shirley Temples. They don't drink coffee. The world is being taken over by a bunch of white supremacists who can't drink tea or coffee and drink 64-ounce big gulps filled with, what else do they put in it? Like melted chocolate. They add milk to soda and call it dirty. Ugh, milk and soda? I guess ice cream's kind of, like an ice cream float's kind of good. Dude, this is a Fat Dave Mustaine.
Soda shops. I'm not talking about like Sonic or other places that just sell soft drinks. Sonic doesn't count because Sonic.
Did you know that Utah has a massive soda culture? If you've ever driven around Utah, you will see a soda shop on every corner. To be clear, these are basically soda-exclusive restaurants where you can get something called dirty soda. In the same way a lot of Americans go to coffee shops, a lot of Utahns go to soda shops. For the rest of the United States, if you want some soda, you'll probably just go to a drive-thru and grab whatever you want. But
Dude, H, do you go to any of these places? Is there any of this shit that's good? I mean, the Sprice thing that I had at the at the ice cream place near Skitter's was fucking awesome. That was creamsicle, Italian ice, vanilla soft serve, and then Sprite. The soda makes up for the void of everything else.
Taco Bell, they're not going to give you your Diet Coke with coconut creamer, lime, and a little bit of candy. The reason behind all of this is that drinking...
Dude, that's right. I forgot in the strain that the Nazis hooked up with the vampires in World War II. The strain is so good, right? I love it. The strain is fucking disclosure. Is it good at all? I'll be real. There's one at Swig called Candy Girl that I kind of like. Dude, hell yeah. I mean, it's cool to have a place like this. I just think that they're a bunch of fucking nerds that they've got them on every corner. Like, they got to get their fucking fix. They're probably also huge. And oh wait, they don't have. I was like gonna say Starbucks. They don't have Starbucks. Do you guys have like a severe lacking of coffee shops? But there are a lot more people than just Mormons there, right? Didn't we stop drinking soda like 6 years ago? Definitely cut back, but sometimes you need a little bit of a soda. But yeah, for the most part, we be slamming that water.
Alcohol and drinking coffee is against the word of wisdom.
When we stop the fascists, maybe we can talk about getting rid of soda forever, permanently.
Basically, the Mormon health code. I did not drink a single sip of alcohol or coffee till I left the Mormon church when I was about 24 years old. While in other states, you'll find a more predominant bar culture or coffee shop culture. In Utah, it's all about soda. Basically,
Shut the fuck up, dude. Mormons can't have hot caffeine, but they can have cold caffeine. What? So they can have a cold tea? They can have cold brew? Dude, their shit is so arbitrary and stupid. PDF files can't take kids to bars, so...
caffeine and sugar are the only Mormon-approved vices. These soda shops are essentially making soda-based mocktails served in huge styrofoam cups. Did you know that Utah has...
Gotta love it. Dude, Monique be snitching on these reptilian cloners. Listen to this. Also, I'm pretty sure Roseanne was like, Roseanne's got to be a cloner at this point too, right? Should we just talk about Mormons for the whole show? We could do that too. I mean, talking about Jimmy is kind of like talking about Mormons, so.
Look at mine, it's all wrinkled.
If y'all see another Monique and that neck ain't fat,
Are you saying that you think they take people out and clone them and put a robot in their place?
well, this is what I'm saying. I don't know what they doing. I don't know what they doing. What I know is our eyes, it's like you almost saying, are my eyes deceiving me?
Dude, even Monique's like, what is up with these people? Why are they all looking slightly different? And like lizards. Oh.
Used to be a lunch lady.
I do. Look at mine, it's all wrinkled.
If y'all see another Monique and that neck ain't fat,
Are you saying that you think they take people out and clone them and put a robot in their place?
well, this is what I'm saying. I don't know what they doing. I don't know what they doing. What I know is our eyes, it's like you almost saying, are my eyes deceiving
Right.
me? Am I saying what I think I'm saying? I don't know what they're doing.
Roseanne don't have a whole lot to say, I'm just saying. Roseanne's like, shit, caught.
I'm just telling y'all, if you see me and my neck ain't fat,
Well, do you think they're nefarious? Like, do you think that it could be they're aliens that's out here to just drink our blood and leave our corpse laying there, taking our livers and shit? Do you think they're
I'm not playing with you. Again, I don't know what they doing. But if you ever FaceTime me and my neck ain't fat, I'm the your ass to come get me. You come get me.
You
Listen,
will.
I was doing a show in New York, right? It was the first time I've shared this story public. I was doing a show one night in New York, and this guy had on sunglasses in the front row. And I said, listen, I'm not going to keep coming back over here seeing you with these sunglasses. There's no sun in here, and you being disrespectful. I need to be able to see you, right? So he laughing, and I walk to the other side of the stage. I come back. I said, you think I'm playing? If you don't take them damn glasses off, Roseanne, he lifted up his glasses, and everything was black.
Oh, he didn't have any eyes?
Did you hear what I said?
What?
He lifted up his glasses, and everything was black. The energy I got from him was, do you want to comment? I looked back at him, and the energy I gave him was, I'ma mind my business and walk my ass back down to the other side of the stage because I want to keep my fat neck. I'm not questioning shit. Keep your glasses on. I bought him a drink too because I didn't want it to go no further. I didn't want him to be offended.
Oh, that's scary.
Lizard people.
So,
Lizard neck Roseanne.
We don't know what.
I thought you meant he just had...
Yeah, she's like, if my neck ever starts looking like Roseanne's, run.
like a black.
Yeah, dude, that's why they wrote the Broadway musical, The Book of Mormon, and it's still there to this day, is because it makes the Mormons out to be this cute little thing, which they're not. Dude, and then Fresh Young Coconut fucking did a nice Britney timeline for when she thinks Britney was cloned. Let's hear it.
Of Britney Spears. Would you guess what year this was? This was 2016. 2016 was the last time that she performed publicly. 2016 was the last time that she was ever seen without the company of Sam or another handler. 2016 was the year that she spoke out about the conservatorship for the first time. And let's not forget, 2016, at the end of it, was the year we got this tweet from Sony Music Global. Britney Spears is dead by accident. We will tell you more soon. Rest in peace, Britney. Which was followed up another tweet where they doubled the fuck down, said rest in peace again, and put her ears. And then Bob Dylan fucking tweeted, rest in peace, Britney Spears. And then they claimed that they were hacked by some group. That group's MO was always that they would hack people and be like, Armine here. We hacked you, motherfuckers. Ha ha ha. You should probably hire us because your service is shit. And weirdly, for the Britney Spears hacking, it is different than anything else they've ever done. Their MO was all over the fucking place. Bob Dylan fucking tweeted, rest in peace, Britney Spears. Then Bob Dylan also doubled down and was like, wait, I'm fucking wrong. Armine hacked. You think this old ass fucking man knows what the fuck Armine is? You think he would actually also be in the know, knowing that they hacked it? But somehow he fucking was. Weird. And guess what happened right after this fucking tweet happened? Britney Spears tweeted that she was A-OK and alive, but her hand tattoo is missing. Britney Spears' left hand has a little very prominent triangle tattoo, and it's prominently not there. Doesn't make me feel confident. And she has a 5 o'clock back her shadow there and there. It's almost like a face filter being used, and the man beneath it, Kate Hudson probably, is peeping the fuck through. Fucking sloppy ass work. 2016 is also the year that Britney Spears' case, the conservatorship, changed status to under court supervision on April 30th, 2016. You'll notice that that's not the date that the conservatorship supposedly ended. 2016 was the last time she looked normal compared to not looking like herself and having a longer torso and looking taller and just being a taller bitch in general. And if you take footage of 2016 performance like this mega mix that she did for the Billboard Music Awards and then a Piece of Me concert where people claim that it wasn't really Britney Spears, you'll notice that there's a discernible height difference between the two women, as if they're two different women. Also, their chests are different, their body sizes are different. So many things are fucking different. Look at their fucking bodies. That's not the same fucking person. You also get some TripAdvisor stuff that basically say that they were talking to the hotel staff who said that that Jennifer Lopez was going to take over the contract for Britney Spears' residency. Why J-Lo? J-Lo is a client of Lou Taylor. Who's Lou Taylor? She's the one that helped set up Britney Spears' conservatorship. It's almost as if something happened. Prior to 2016... and onward from 2016, that is when a bulk of negative 1-star reviews become apparent, saying that, hey, I don't think I took a picture of Britney Spears, but I think I took a picture of some tall ass fucking double. There's also a fuck ton more things about 2016, but I gotta cut it short because evidently if it's more than 3 minutes, they're not gonna push this reel out on Instagram. So come back for part 2 if you're interested. This is the last interview of Britney Spears. Would you guess what year this was?
Let's see, did she bust out a... No, she didn't do another part yet.
I got angry the other day and I started looking into Britney Spears' case again. That happens from time to time. And there's so many things that we found on this channel that I'm so proud of us, and I mean us, you and me. Because nothing in this channel is found in a vacuum. We find this shit together, you know? Whether it's you tell me, I tell you, we talk about it, or I just stalk some of you guys and be like, oh, so that's a good idea, yeah. Just kidding, not stalk. But I do read comments and just people's opinions because knowledge is not in a vacuum. Nobody knows everything. You need lots of different views to actually learn more. So everything I've ever found on this channel, I said it so many times, is from either you guys or from Britney Spears' fans in general. And I always say Britney Spears' fans are, like, honestly, the best private detectives in the world. You know, you want to solve a fucking, like, you want to find John Benet Ramsey? Stick these bitches on it, but we don't give a fuck about her. No fuck offense. I made some really...
Yeah, we don't fucking care about Katy Perry.
Polished videos about Britney Spears. And then actually then kind of got myself trapped in the idea that I needed to bring to you the you know, whatever I knew, and it had to be verified and it had to be true. How do you do that for something you don't know? No, we are solving this mystery together, you and me.
Scooby-Doo!
You're my partner. You're not my audience. You're my partner in, I was gonna say crime, but no, we're solving this motherfucking crime. We're not doing the crime. So I'd like to explore 2016 again. And with that, are some interesting ways that I've been going through finding information, because if facts don't help you, videos don't help you, what about energy? So I'm going to be exploring that in the next few videos, with the first one being, I think we know who linebacker is. So if you're interested, watch the next video. So with that, I kind of hope like these videos are okay. They're going to come out. I usually don't like making videos where if I can't answer it, I don't want to put it up. But the thing is, I can't answer it. We don't know.
Yeah, congrats on being sober,
Instagram,
boys.
and she's on a pole dancing video, and I'm just wondering, what the fuck happened to her hand? You know, this is like the still that they took.
What the
She's
fuck?
missing a hand. It would be nice if somebody gave her a hand. If you say compression, why did it just compress her hand? Oh my god, look at her hand here.
What
go
the
backwards.
fuck, dude?
I'm gonna go backwards.
What is
I'm gonna go
going
forward.
on?
Instantly. She's like a magician. She's like, you want a bouquet of flowers? Boom, bitch, here you are. Love you. Oh, never mind, I want a sleeve again. And you know what the sleeve is saying? I'm a sleeve for you. Did you guys know that Britney Spears also had a new deal with Disney to promote the new X-Men movie? Wanna see? Wolverine. Wolverine, you know? They don't need Hugh Jackman. They got Robotnik here. Yeah. How you know this isn't Britney Spears? Because the bitch can't fucking dance in this video. So she's adjusting her thing and the tattoos barely show. I don't remember her tattoos being that fucking... Her hair seems to have made a collar. You see it? You guys, you know how we were like, she's always wearing a choker? Her hair decided, you don't need no choker. We'll make it for her. We'll connect. Because we are best friends. We are the best of friends. We will always be together forever. We are...
Yeah, I hope she's just wherever Shelly Miscavige is too, but like, let's be real. What's easier for these cucks? You think they'd have leave a liability? I don't know. I don't know if they're just gonna let Britney go, you know, live in a pasture. She got to go live at a farm upstate. Uh-huh. Sure. Poor Britney. Liz, you just hit your first year sober? I mean, I don't count. Weed and fucking mushrooms don't count. And psychedelics, but I've been off the Adderall for, yeah, I guess over a year now. And Kratom for over a year. Let's go. We all got our fucking chips. Those were my problems.
Her hair. We don't need to know about aliens because this is some alien ass shit happening. Okay, so first of all, there's a lot of fucking mirrors. I know they're gonna be like, she's pole dancing. She needs to fucking see herself. She fucking poor? How come she don't just have a fucking pole inside her house? You know what I mean? This is like Bucks fan part 2. Like, why does Britney Spears gotta get a mobile one? And what happened to her fucking gym? She has a whole fucking gym with mirrors everywhere. The pole would be great there. No, she's like, nah, I want to be like how poor people live, and I want to just put this in the middle of my fucking living room, or I don't know, my dingy ass fucking dungeon room, because there's some weird fucking chair there that's all like dirty and shit. Why is there a raggedy ass fucking chair in Britney Spears' fucking, I don't know, the one of the 2 rooms that she can occupy? Just something's not right. I mean, something hasn't been right. But for you new people, something's not right. For you people who've been here, I know. So another question I have is, okay, so this black thing is the pole, right? So, okay, right here where you see the wood, that's supposed to be her floor, right? How come her floor get all janky as fuck right where the mirrors are? Have you noticed that? Look at that. Then it looked like she's part in like some kind of crack ass house or some shit. It's like the AI was like, yeah, let's make it a nice Britney home. Nope. Let's make it a crack house. Isn't that weird? The carpet would be around a wooden circle. How come it's like reverse? Wouldn't the circle be a carpet around wooden floor? But this is a wooden circle. Then all of a sudden fucking nowhere there's carpet. Like, how do you get that? Do you go like to the carpet store and you're like, I'd like measurements, but I'd like you to just have fucking middle, just cut out a fucking circle so my wood floor shows, but I want the rest to be carpet. Like, why would you do that? Like, did you buy carpet and then decide I missed the wood flooring and just cut a fucking circle and be like, that's better? So between frames, she has all black eyes and then she has all white eyes. It doesn't not look Lumahaha, but it just looks more like incompetence. Just what Britney feels.
All right, and then let's check in on Becca's latest deep dive.
That was published in 2002 by The Observer. I stumbled across an article that was published in 2002 by The Observer, and it is discussing a wealthy Manhattan socialite named Vikram Chatwal. And this article is basically discussing the lifestyle and how this man, Vikram, became so wealthy, and it discusses how he, for a long period of time, lived in the Trump International. He's very closely associated to the Clintons, to Ghislaine and Jeffrey, as well as the British royal family and many Hollywood celebrities. So I'm just going to give you a very brief background and synopsis on who Vikram Chatwal is, because I more so want to discuss what he said about Ghislaine Maxwell in this specific article. So first and foremost, it should be noted that Vikram Chatwal was a very close associate of Jeffrey. He's all over the Black Book. Vikram's father is a man named Sant Chatwal, and he's a very close friend, personal friend of the Clintons, and has donated a lot of money to both Bill and Hillary's political ventures. Sant Chatwal is a very, very wealthy...
Dude, isn't it crazy how much the Clintons are just organized crime? They are. They're straight up mafia, bro. And they're the royalty of America for a while. So many people would still want Hillary to be president.
The man. He has opened many, many hotels. He is the founder of Dream Hotel Group, and his business dealings take place not only in the United States, but internationally. Here's Vikram and his father, Sant. And back in 1999 is when Vikram himself began to really build his own wealth outside of his father's money, because in 1999, his father gave him the option to either agree to an arranged marriage or follow in his footsteps in the hotel business. So Vikram chose business and quickly became a multimillionaire in his own regard. So Vikram flew in the same New York socialite circles of really everyone who we've been discussing over the past few weeks. And like I said, for a long time, he lived in Trump International. Vikram has also dated a lot of figures who are well known within the modeling and entertainment industry. And he was also the boyfriend to Lindsay Lohan whenever she began to very obviously begin struggling with substances and drinking and partying, etc. Here he is with Lady Victoria Hervey, whom we have talked about on this page. Here he is with Russell and Kimora Simmons. Here he is with Kim Kardashian. Here he is with Tyra Banks. Here he is with Andre Harrell. You get the point. Very well connected. Also, like his father, Vikram also donated a lot of his money to both Bill and Hillary Clinton's political ventures. So in this article, back to where we started, Vikram is discussing, remember this came out in 2002, he's discussing how he recently attended P. Diddy's birthday party. And at this party, the King of Morocco had loaned out his plane for Diddy to be able to use to party on. He also discusses how Bill and Hillary were invited to his brother's arranged marriage, and Bill Clinton gave a speech at his brother's arranged marriage ceremony. And he begins discussing his connections and friendships within the British royal family, British socialites, and that leads him to talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. He recalled in this 2002 article that he had recently attended a dinner party alongside Ghislaine Maxwell. According to Vikram, at this dinner party, Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly told a story of how she flew a Black Hawk helicopter to Colombia and fired rockets into what she described as a terror camp. Can we just stop and understand the implications?
What, so just local indigenous people or something?
Of this, if what this man is saying is true. And keep in mind, this would have taken place in an era before Jeffrey was even arrested for the first time, when Ghislaine and Jeffrey were shamelessly attached to very powerful, wealthy people, very closely associated with the Clintons, very closely associated with the Trumps.
Dude, how many times did Jeffrey Epstein go to the Clinton White House? Like 12? That's awesome.
Very closely associated with the royal family, because the public at this time had no idea that these people were pervs. Of course, they all knew within their own groups, but before the mid-2000s, the general public was not aware that these people were pervs. But like, on whose orders was Ghislaine Maxwell acting? What camp in Colombia were rockets rained down upon by Ghislaine Maxwell? And like, the only thing that I could really find when I like dove a little bit deeper into this, I'm sure I could dive even further, but just at like a surface level glance, really the only like strange thing I found during this like time period related to Black Hawk helicopters. And Colombia was when Jeffrey and Ghislaine's buddy and pal, Bill Clinton, when he was president, made some kind of deal with Colombia involving a lot of Black Hawk helicopters. When this deal was discussed further in the public, I guess Clinton aides were saying that it was a very bizarre and a very strange deal. I have no idea if it's related, but the fact that if what Vikram is saying is true, Ghislaine Maxwell, who we know had her license to fly helicopters and used that license to shuttle young girls to Jeffrey's Island or wherever to have as few implicating flight logs as possible. Like, in what world would Ghislaine Maxwell, a British...
Yeah, dude, the reason I stopped smoking cigarettes, too, was because I started smoking a vape in an office, and then when I was at home, I was just, like, so used to it, and it was winter, and I was like, dude, fuck going outside. I'm not going outside to smoke. And then I just smoked my vape, and then I just ran, you know, inadvertently quit cigarettes. But I'm sure we'll find, this is probably way worse. I make my own vape juice, though.
Socialite. What authority would she ever possibly have to engage in that act? Because for all intents and purposes, Ghislaine Maxwell was a regular civilian. She had no kind of meaningful government power at any point in her career, in any government. I mean, yes, she had allegiance to certain governments, but with that allegiance should not come the power or ability to engage in raining down rockets into Colombia. I don't know, just like a weird little thing I found, and I thought I'd share it with you guys. I stumbled across an article that was...
Wait, Christopher Reeves was sending out tweets about his unalive... Christopher Reeves, the Superman? The guy who fell off a horse? Wait, he didn't have a Twitter. He died before Twitter. Who's Christopher Reeves? Who is that? That's gotta be someone else. I have ascended. You sure have, buddy. Speaking of Ghislaine, was Ghislaine secretly running Reddit? I know that
for over 2.
I know that Ghislaine was one of the top moderators on Reddit for the entire time it existed. Because that's who runs everything, is IDF agents and Nazis.
Reddit, as a company, has never been well ran, has it? Despite being in existence for over 2 decades now, it somehow only had 3/4 of profitability in that time, despite being in the top 10 most visited websites on Earth for over a decade and counting. How do you even pull that one off? Well, just between all the unforced errors, senseless controversies, and missed...
And I feel like all the work done on Reddit is done by the users. Like, who the fuck, what the fuck is Reddit doing?
Monetization opportunities over the years. Like, I'll never forget what Reddit did with cutting off API access to apps like Apollo. Rest in power. But
yeah, Mr. Bunny is the only person that was... I made Mr. Bunny moderator from the beginning because Mr. Bunny made our Discord. And then, you know, we went through our moderator apocalypse. And then the rule was no moderators. But Mr. Bunny I always kept as a mod because Mr. Bunny just quietly did, you know, Mr. Bunny set up everything and then disappeared like a fairy in the night. Built us a little community, or, you know, like a base for us to build our community on. And then I was like, Mr. Bunny's going to come back one day. Mr. Bunny never fucked with me. I'm going to keep Mr. Bunny. And also, if anything ever happened, I was like, I'm sure I could DM him and he would help. But you made it through the moderator apocalypse. Still going strong. If Mr. Bunny fucks it up, there will never be a moderator ever again. That was our rule for a while before you showed back up, Mr. Bunny, was no mods. All of our mods became poison.
More importantly for today's topic, Reddit's also been home to a shocking
Yeah, the modpocalypse.
number of conspiracies over the years. And I'm sure if you've been following the news lately, you've seen a certain conspiracy come to a head once more. And with all the running around over the files lately, that's jogged my memory on a lesser known conspiracy. One forgotten with time, one adjacent to Jeff. Adjacent in theory, sure, but also adjacent by proximity, physically, literally. That's right. Today, we are talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's secret Reddit accounts. Plural.
Yeah, the mods literally started brandishing weapons at me. And doxing me. Of all people, my mods doxing me and brandishing weapons at me. Isn't that interesting? And telling me I was insane and a white supremacist. Which is funny, because, you know, accusations, right?
Now to start, who is u/Maxwell Hill? Maxwell Hill was the first user
Yeah,
in
you're head of merchandising for sure.
Reddit history to get 1 million karma. In fact, at the week that Ghislaine Maxwell got jailed, they had the 8th most.
Wait. I gotta give him props for the Ghislaine. Real recognized real, brother. Do never give her the fucking... what's it called? Never call her Ghislaine. Oh, Ghislaine. It's Ghislaine. No, it's Ghislaine. She's the lane where all the jizz goes.
Karma of all time on Reddit out of like 100 million plus users. To this day, actually, they still have the 14th highest karma of all time, despite not posting since like 2020 or something.
Wait, what's harsh, Lori? That my mods were all sending me death threats and shit? Or did I say something?
When Ghislaine got jailed, we'll get to the conspiracy. But in terms
Oh, this is all candy for conspiracy seekers? None of it is real? Who are you, Bernie? What do you mean, brother? You don't think user Maxwell Hill is Ghislaine? I think you're wrong, Buster. And who are you? All conspiracies are real. What world do you live in right now? Oh yeah, dude, the mods. Yeah, Lori, I had a great track record for a while.
what else
It's all fake. I mean, Reddit censoring people and making it IDF friendly and Nazi friendly is not fake. That is honestly why I started talking on the internet a lot, because H3H3 banned me from their fucking subreddit for saying that Philip DeFranco seems like he's just running fucking State Department propaganda, and they not only did they ban me from their subreddit, I got banned from Reddit. I can't post anything from any of my accounts. All because of H3. Well, and then I posted some of my, Paul Wysopal videos in this BreadTube subreddit, and then they banned me. Whatever. It's on YouTube, bro. Yeah, I don't think Lori was there. I think Lori's newer, right? But yeah, it was wild, bro. I'm sure I could find the gun picture again in a second. Give me a sec.
Done. They've posted almost every single day for over 14 years in order to get there, and they were moderator or head moderator of top subreddits such as r/technology, r/world news, r/travel, health, economics, environment, cyber laws, bad cop no donuts, politics, pics, funny, the AMA subreddit, WTF, Obama r slash suicide watch, ironic, and r slash greed, among others. Now, to establish the fact that Maxwell Hill is Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm gonna go over some convenient coincidences that have cropped.
Why can't I can't find Dane on in my DMs? What the fuck? Can he block me and make him disappear? No, right?
Popped up over the years. Now, to start, did you know that Maxwell Hill is actually the colloquial name for Ghislaine Maxwell's familial estate? Named as such after her father bought it, but, you know, maybe coincidence. Speaking of coincidences, in the 14-plus year posting history of Maxwell Hill, what few gaps they did have in their posts conveniently lined up with key events in Ghislaine's life. Like, for example, did you know that when Ghislaine Maxwell's mother died,
Here. This is after he told me that he was coming to Brooklyn and he was going to beat my ass, and that he carries this with him everywhere he goes, and that his Nazi grandfather made it. Oh, isn't that funny? Funny, isn't it? The mod of all people, one of my mods.
there was a 3-day gap in the posting history? Or what about another 3-day gap that occurred back when there was a Silicon Valley VC
Some AI is creating the script for division. Well, I don't think that division from who? Yeah, division between the people and the parasites, for sure. I think it's uniting people. It makes everyone seeing how fucked all this shit is. How every single one of these reptiles is corrupt. You know?
led by Reddit, where Ellen Powell,
yeah, this guy, I love this guy filming Ed Dark under the bridge.
Former CEO at the time, reported seeing
smoking a cigarette.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Kind of odd, don't you think? Even outside of this whole conspiracy, just take in the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was showing up at parties. And by the way, Ellen Powell said that everyone damn well knew what she did at the time. Like, just outside of this conspiracy.
We knew about her supplying underage girls for sex, but I guess that was fine with the cool people who managed the tightly controlled guest list. This is one of the main people of Reddit saying that they fucking knew? Weird.
Conspiracy, what the fuck? You know? But whatever, convenient coincidence, who knows? Also, Maxwell Hill loved to post about their encyclopedic knowledge involving the age of consent and minimum age of consent laws around.
Bro, this fucking account posted in Reddit every fucking day, except for the day I think that Ghislaine's father died, or mother died, or some shit. And then one of the days that she was giving a Terramar speech. And then she stopped posting the day that she was arrested. It posted every day for 12 years. And everyone's counter to that's not Ghislaine Maxwell is what would rich people don't have time to sit on Reddit all day. Look at what Elon Musk does all day. That bitch hasn't worked ever in his life. He just tweets all day. How do you think they're controlling us? They're the mods. Dane and Blair were the mods. You don't think Ghislaine Maxwell was main mod?
around the world, including all of the riders and sub-laws and addendums that are attached to each state by state. That's weird, okay? I know a lot of weird shit. That's not one of them. That will never be one of them. There's no reason to know that. That's just an odd thing to know, okay? That's weird. Like, you'd only need to know that and care to know that. There's no reason to be knowing those laws, okay? I'll leave it at that. Speaking of stuff that's sus, what about how they all...
I kind of love that this guy's just pacing around in a weird fucking place while smoking a cigarette and holding a handheld mic. This rules.
Also keep posting, advocating for CSAM. And look, Reddit was edgy back in the day, okay? I get that. That being said, though, that is not something people were okay with at the time. And people commented at the time, too, just saying how weird and sus that was, which it was, okay? Speaking of other sus stuff, she also posted a lot, complaining about all of the different overly strict child protective laws worldwide, which
The message is clear here. Leave those kids alone, lest you feel the wrath of the law. I feel we are taking one step forward and two steps back. On the one hand, we wish to protect the children from the grimy hands of pedophiles, ephebophiles, and on the other hand, the law, as interpreted by the lowly magistrate judge, inform those with good intent to stay clear of the same children we wish to nurture into good citizens. Do we really want to head down this path? Shut up, Ghislaine.
You know, I am amenable to this because I do think there is a lot of overly strict laws around what children can and cannot do. Like, children should be allowed to go and play independently of their parents watching and overseeing, okay? Their parents' protection should not need to be there, and kids should not get cops called on them just because they're playing without their parents around. It's just, I hate it. But that, of course, that's not the angle she was taking. Maxwell Hill also posted a lot in environmental subreddits that they also moderated, specifically.
And remember, Maxwell really, really wanted to have an offshore country so she could traffic humans from, like, abandoned oil rigs.
Around the topic of ocean pollution and ocean protection, which conveniently is actually what the proven interests of Ghislaine Maxwell were charity-wise too. You see, Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in a lot of charities around ocean protection and ocean environmentalism, such as, for example, the Terramar Project. Also, if you look at when Maxwell Hill's account was created, it was in March of 2006, which is damn early for one, but specifically it was 7 months prior to Reddit getting acquired by Condé Nast.
Whoa.
Condé, the nasty publication, owned Vanity Fair, by the way. Vanity Fair, which wrote a puff piece praising Epstein back in the day called The Talented Mr. Epstein. Now, with that connection in mind, reflecting upon my own mind and experiences, I should note that acquisitions...
Vicky Ward, she's a cuck. She wrote a puff piece for Epstein.
If I had to put a number on how long DD was supposed to be, I mean, it takes as long as it's going to take, okay? But if I had to put a, median number on it, I'd say half a year. Oh dear, half a year, 7 months, close enough, okay? Now, hear me out here with the Condé Nast connection between Epstein and Ghislaine. Let's hypothesize, maybe, just maybe, Maxwell Hill was created as a DD account for Ghislaine Maxwell to conduct DD on behalf of Condé Nast, and then helped 7 months later broker the deal for it to close. And then she stuck around and kept posting, seeing the value that Reddit gave. Yeah, okay, we're starting to give it loose here, all right? But fuck it.
Or one of her jobs is to moderate, because, dude, it's a big family. Everybody's got a job. A lot of them get to be little influencers. Some of them get to be mods and sex traffic children. Why wouldn't you have the sex traffickers modding and making everyone become ephebophiles, Why not? Why wouldn't you do that?
I'm just dumping every piece.
Maxwell Hill created their account on March 11th, 2006, and the Gizmodo interview, they mentioned the Reddit founders by name. They also mentioned Jason Calacanis. Apparently, Calacanis created a Reddit competitor and poached the top 5 Reddit posters. Maxwell Hill was not selected. They then say that the venture didn't work out and that Calacanis went on to form a new company. It's worth noting that Calacanis is in Epstein's Black Book. He was somewhat well known at the time in startup founder circles, but Maxwell Hill seems close enough to him to follow closely. Reddit then sold to Condé Nast on October 31st, 2006, roughly 7 months after Maxwell Hill created their account. Condé Nast are the owners of Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair published the infamous article, The Talented Mr. Epstein, in 2003. Notable because Condé Nast execs interfered with the content of the already puffy article to put Epstein in an even better light. So what the hell does this all mean? Maxwell Hill was a key player on Reddit when it was purchased by the known Epstein associates. Condé Nast, another known Epstein guy, Jason Calacanis, saw Reddit take off and tried to compete around the same time. Epstein's network was very clued into Reddit. They actually acquired it. It's even possible that Maxwell Hill helped broker the deal, as March to October is about how long it would take to sell a company with due diligence. I agree.
The evidence I could...
Well, Maxwell Hill and McGraw-Hill, I do think that it is a reference to that. And she grew up on a hill called... Or wait, she grew up... Wait. What was... Headington Hill. That's where she grew up. So... people suspect that it came from that. I bet also McGraw-Hill.
Find online on this, okay? Speaking of which, did you know that the biggest posting gap in Maxwell Hill's history as an account was a month-long gap surrounding the disappearance of Madeleine McCann? Madeleine McCann was abducted or some shit, I forget, but the police released a sketch of the perpetrator that they believed did the abduction or whatever the hell happened. And if you look at this police sketch, shockingly, does that not closely resemble the visage
and the other two look like the Podesta brothers
of Ghislaine Maxwell? Speaking of Condé Nast, mass media and all that, Ghislaine Maxwell's family came from media empires. Also, apparently they were in the spying business, but media moguls nonetheless, including such major publications as the Daily Mirror. So one could maybe surmise that Ghislaine Maxwell, if she so chose, could rise to the top of any digital media platform that she wanted to, like, say, Reddit, just like how Maxwell Hill has. And then just to end it off, we got this Gizmodo interview that Maxwell Hill, the prolific Reddit user that they were at the time, gave back in the day, where they mentioned one Jason Calacanis. Jason Calacanis tried back in the day to create a Reddit clone, but Jason was just not known at all outside of certain VC kind of startup circles, and Jason Calacanis, allegedly, was named in Epstein's Black Book, apparently. Just lovely, lovely. Now, in terms of what was done to disprove all these theories, the main thing that came up is a Vice article. Now, this Vice article essentially just made fun of all...
Incoherent conspiracy suggests Ghislaine Maxwell moderated Reddit. Dude, Vice, what a bunch of cucks, right? God, they were cucks. So glad they're dead.
All the different people out there who are seeing all these conspiracies and what amounts to just a series of convenient
Dude, they fucking ruined Williamsburg, too.
coincidences.
They took out one of the coolest music venues of all time. This place called Glasslands was so awesome, and these motherfuckers they bought the whole block and built like the lamest fucking office ever. And they got rid of, what was it called? Indie Film or Indie Screen. It was on the same corner. It was just this awesome, like, cheap movie theater that would play weirdo movies. All that shit's gone. Dude, Glasslands was so cool. And then this studio that we always used to shoot at called Windmill. That was awesome. Vice. They're so cool, dude. Remember when we got a strike from Vice and lost our account for a week? I literally just finally got rid of that strike, so we can get wild again. We can do whatever we want.
which, fair. But alternatively, if we look at who benefited from Maxwell Hill, arguably none more than Vice. You see, Maxwell Hill, the #1 source and publication they linked to over their whole 14-year history was Vice, sending them billions of views and traffic likely.
Interesting.
And overall, the amount of monetary gain they got from that was probably a lot, right? So convenience. Of course, they're defending Maxwell Hill, okay? But guess who else is? It's the mods who claim to work.
Isn't that so funny, dude? Always linking Vice articles, and then Vice is like, oh, this is a crazy conspiracy. Interesting. Very interesting.
With Maxwell Hill too. A lot of mods would say, okay, we
No, the only reason that we have conspiracies is because they're doing conspiracies.
we knew Maxwell Hill. It was actually just a British man in Malaysia, and the reason that they went offline is simply because they were getting harassed for being called Ghislaine Maxwell, which again, fair, except for the fact
literally no one said that it was Ghislaine Maxwell until the fucking day that she got arrested. Actually, I don't even think it took a while.
that can't be the case.
No one knew until after she got arrested.
Because on one hand, sure, okay, they did claim to be a man whenever they commented anywhere online.
Dude, you know Ghislaine Maxwell thinks she's one of the boys. For sure, bro. She was fucking procuring children for these boys that she was literally helicopter piloting them to. She thought she was so cool. She was so one of the boys. Of course she would say that. And obviously she's a spy. She's trying to keep her fucking identity, you know, a little hush-hush. What an idiot. Maxwell Hill. She put her fucking last name. What an idiot.
Okay. Alternatively, though, if we look at the way they spoke, if they were really British and living in Malaysia, they would speak British. But they spoke American just with random British words thrown in. Like,
that's telling.
What's a British word? Regardless of what you want to say, okay, that is not how a British man would speak.
How is he smoking a cigarette through a crack pipe? I love this guy. Dude, this guy rules. Net loss.
They would speak British online. They would not speak American with some British words thrown in, okay? And furthermore, when you look at the common history of Maxwell Hill, you'll notice they just say, oh, I visited Southeast Asia and all the countries there once. If you actually were born there, or at least were living there, you would never say you visited once. But to top it all off, there was a second account that came up during this recounting of what Maxwell Hill was. It was called Anutencil or something. Now, Anutencil, if you look at their history, they never spoke to anyone else. All they did was mod a shit ton of subreddits. They're in this Reddit mod Illuminati, I guess you could say. And when you look at what they've actually done, they've shut up the politics subreddit and the technology subreddit to the point where
like, dude, that's what Ghislaine would do. She would delete shit that would talk about, like, I think she deleted some free energy shit. But this is how they mod everything, right? They give us the illusion of choice. If people step outside of their illusion, mod it out. Bye. Of course this is what fucking rich spies are doing. Dude, I'm convinced all the tech billionaires, it's literally they're all the Nazis, right? The whole tech thing is made by the Nazis. They got their occult ass hands on some shit, started making flying hovering machines, then computers, then the internet, and now Palantir. And look, life fucking sucks. I'm so over these Nazis, bro. Ghislaine Maxwell, biggest Nazi. Not biggest, but she's a big one. Wait, in the past 9 months, our politics and our technology have been booted from Reddit's list of default subreddits for a laundry list of issues that include controversial domain banning and most notably moderator drama. At the center of each kerfluffle is Maxwell Hill, who, like a British monarch, has gotten fat off years of inaction, behind-the-scenes shenanigans, and ignoring his communities. In power plays and dysfunction of the top mods in our technology recently and in the past serves as a bad example for all moderators. Technology, world news, and other subreddits where these people are also top mods have suffered tremendously. Mods should be stewards of their communities, but the actions committed by the top technology mods shows that many users have been saying for years that they are only interested in themselves. Obviously aware of the cries of censorship from the technology community, Maxwell Hill began approving and removing moderators at a rapid pace, in an apparent effort to calm the brewing storm and strip other mods of their permissions. One of the Redditors Maxwell Hill added Thursday was Ann Utensil, a controversial world news moderator and former politics mod who has been described as a poisonous rat that makes any team operate in a negative environment.
Technology subreddit got removed from the default 25 that every Reddit user gets subscribed.
Dude, well, I bet the flight logs are not even where the dirt is. It was who was transported via submarine. Obviously the victims, but also customers we were chasing. Well, dude, the bigger thing, Ghislaine was a fucking helicopter pilot, and she said multiple times that she got it so that she could fly shit to the island without fucking reporting it, so that there wasn't a flight log, because she's the pilot. She literally was a helicopter pilot, flying Black Hawks. But yeah, also the submarines. And the flight logs that we have of Jeffrey Epstein's is only one. It's only 1 out of 3. We haven't even seen 2/3 of them.
To when they create an account. Genuinely, look this shit up. It's crazy. And so a lot of people there would complain that this girl, they never messaged or communicated. So they were doing all these crazy mod moves, and just when anyone tried to ask them about it, they could never get a hold of them. They would never reply, right? And that can't be done when you're a mod. Now, Ann Utensil, if you look at who's inviting them to mod all the same subreddits, it's Maxwell Hill. It's Maxwell Hill. Maxwell Hill was the one who would invite Ann Utensil to all these subreddits. And if you look at what Ann Utensil would do, it's almost like they're a lapdog acting on behalf of Maxwell Hill. The reason I'm bringing all this up is because Ann Utensil went dark at the same time as Maxwell Hill, despite no heat being upon that account. Now, if you think about it, right, if there was truth to the reason those mods gave, that it's just a British man from Malaysia or whatever, and they were leaving Reddit because of all the harassment, then Ann Utensil would have continued on, because Ann Utensil is clearly Maxwell Hill's alt account. That's a big thing all these Reddit mods do. They have this nesting doll of different accounts that they're secretly behind. So that way, if they get demodded or whatever, if there's anything that goes wrong, they just have another sock puppet to take over and take charge of. And so nothing material actually happens. They get to continue on with their role despite any sort of controversy or malfeasance that they've done. So, that being said, if they left the internet because of all the harassment about being Ghislaine Maxwell, that would mean Ann Utensil would have continued on, but they didn't. They left at the exact same time. And again, I damn well know that Ann Utensil is a sock puppet for Maxwell Hill, whoever that may be, simply because if you look at Vote was this Reddit alternative during the mid-2010s. There was this big free speech thing, and everyone was like, oh, I'm leaving Reddit. And so Vote was created, and it was quickly abandoned. But if you look at when Maxwell Hill made a Vote account,
he doesn't even smoke the cigarette or joint or whatever it is.
it was on a specific date. And if you look at who else made an account on that exact same time, it's Ann Utensil. Ann Utensil is Maxwell Hill, regardless of what you take away today, okay? I hope I've made that clear. And if you do take the mod's message at face value of, oh yes, Maxwell Hill is a British man from Malaysia who simply stopped using Reddit because they got all these accusations, Ann Utensil would have continued on, and yet they fucking did. Shit.
He broke his crack pipe.
All right, I gotta be honest here, guys. I've been holding out on you. I got a smoking gun that's gonna tie all this shit together in a pretty bow, okay? And it's that Maxwell Hill has publicly stated their birthday is December, but it is after the winter start, so after December 21st. When is Ghislaine Maxwell's birthday, huh? December 25th. Oh. That's right. That means, without a doubt, confirmed that Ghislaine Maxwell is Santa Claus. No, but like seriously though, okay, has anything been irrefutably proven here today? Hell no, okay? And look, okay, I get it. Correlation does not equal causation. This is all just a series of coincidences, and it can all be explained away. That doesn't mean anything happened, okay? But fuck it, I want to believe. And is it really that unbelievable? Be honest with me, is it? Because, hell, I would have told you a decade ago if you told me that there was a man.
I mean, I don't think the flight logs are the wrong goose chase. I mean, they're what showed me that they, like, what they were up to. You can see them moving people over and over. And on the flight logs, it'll just be like 2 girls, 1 girl. It'll be like a bunch of people's names and then 1 girl, 3 girls. So I don't know if they meant for us to ever see them, because I forget how the unredacted versions came out, but I don't think it was like officially sanctioned. But I mean, the flight logs helped me understand what the fuck was going on, you know? But yeah, is it the full picture? No, definitely not.
Who's already been jailed once for the crime of trafficking children, and he's out there, and it's an open secret that he is doing it again, and he's got an island in the Caribbean that he brings them to, and brings who knows, God knows who, Stephen Hawking apparently, but just who knows who else, out onto this island, and he flies them and the girls out on his private jet that is called...
What did Jeffrey... Mushka, don't go back there, please. Mushki. Yeah, turn your big booty around. Wait, are you telling me that Stephen Hawking frequented the island for pleasure? Yes. Jeffrey Epstein loved to have intellectuals visit the island so they could reward them for their hard work for humanity and for other darker reasons. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Stephen Hawking's proclivities? Yes. He liked watching undressed midgets solve complex equations on a too high up chalkboard. This must be a goof. I don't know, though, right? Maybe not.
Express. I would have...
Yeah, this production is fucking lit in a very uncomfortable way. I love this dude.
Said you're smoking crack. I wish I had my meth pipe right now. But... my point being is that this is just insanity, and yet everything I just said to you is irrefutable. Like, this is undisputed. Everyone agrees those are the facts. That all happened. It's legally known in court. This isn't some conspiracy. This actually is all true. And I remember hearing about this in like 2015 and shit, probably even earlier for all I remember. I remember hearing all this shit, and I thought, I mean, sure, maybe, I don't know, that sounds insane, but whatever, and disregarding it, and yet it was all true. And so really, with everything you've heard today, is it really that unbelievable that Ghislaine Maxwell was one of the top Reddit users and Reddit mods?
I wish everyone could see the vast, way bigger conspiracy behind all of this, right? Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, everyone's like, all these separate things. Nothing is separate. Everything is everything.
And some secret cabal there? Hell no, I believe that. Ghislaine Maxwell is apparently going to testify soon, so she's probably going to be dead in a jail cell soon. Who knows? And if you're going to ask me, Net Loss, do you believe that there's some shadowy cabal of elite pedophiles? Yeah, I'd say there probably is. I don't know that, but like...
Epstein's infamous leaked address books had Trump's own phone number as well as Melania's, while Trump's name appeared 7 times in the passenger logs of Epstein's planes. The books, and dude, again, that's one book from one pilot. He had at least 3, and 3 planes. The books and logs also included princes, politicians, potentates, such as Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton, and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Classic. Former Israeli PM Ehud Barak. Cuck. His sister kills everyone. Prince Andrew, and celebrities and billionaires including Mick Jagger and Les Wexner. Yucky ducky, bro.
Christ, if you're gonna offer me a...
I don't think I think he has one of those automatic cameras that follows, like he's got a little thing, a sensor in his pocket, and the camera head can follow him. I think that's what he's doing.
a wager on it, I'd bet every dollar I had. And honestly, the more I think about this,
I can't, because I think it is changing. It's not like he's just zooming in weird. He is definitely zooming in weird on the image, but I think he has a camera that is moving around automatically.
the less insane it sounds, because I can see a rationale for it. Not that it's rational, to be clear, but I can see a story, a through line for how this makes sense. And it makes sense in the same way that you see a lot of rich people be kleptomaniacs, right? You know, there's a bit of a stereotype. Like you saw it in Breaking Bad, for example. Hank's wife was shoplifting. She does not need to shoplift. There was no economic reason for them to shoplift. And there's no reason to shoplift, to be clear, or steal anything. But that being said, if you're going to shoplift, if you're going to expect that of someone, you're going to assume the poorer you are, the more likely you would be to steal things, right? And
careful with what stuff?
Yeah, there's this
being in abandoned buildings with meth pipes. Definitely.
Archetype, there's this...
Yeah, it's like an auto-tracking camera, exactly.
Stereotype of like this person who is wealthy and yet still steals. Why? Because it's not about the money or lack thereof or abundance thereof. In fact, maybe this abundance causes this compulsion, because when you have the money to do it, it's just done, right? But when you actually want the thrill of a devious lick, that is something money cannot buy. You can't purchase.
Oh yeah, this dude's Canadian for sure.
The thrill of heisting something, okay? The only way you can get that thrill is through...
Okay there, bud.
Heisting something. And so a lot of people, even though they have no economic reason to, will still steal because that's the only way to get that thrill filled, right? And so in that same vein, if you are truly wealthy, especially to the point where there is nothing you cannot get, what are the few things left that are thrills, I guess? I mean... I'm not explaining it as in a way of like this makes sense in a justification. I'm just saying I can see a story for how they come to be this way, but I do believe that there is a group of people who are that way. In the same way there's a bunch of rich people that still steal, I think there's a bunch of super wealthy people or very powerful people or whatever who are just doing kids for the fuck of it. It's just because there's nothing else left to not do. It's the one thing they still can't do, and so they must do it to get anything out of life. It's just, I don't know.
Yep, that's kind of where I am. And occult reasons, apparently. Whatever. Honestly, the occult shit makes more sense to me.
I don't know.
Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is, Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald.
You know, it really does feel like they're flying by the seat of their pants on this one, hey? It started with campaigning on, oh, we're going to release the files. Then they get in power, say drops imminent. It's on someone's desk right now being reviewed. And then wait, no, actually, it was never real. In fact, we looked into it. There's nothing weird going on there. And then next thing you know, the file never existed. Shut up.
Yeah, smash the like if you like.
Stop talking about it. And now, oh, they do exist, but it's fake. It's fake news. Obama made it. Somehow he went back to the future or some shit. Like, none of this makes any goddamn sense. And some of you foolishly may think that this is just like any other flip-flop Don does, where he'll be back in a week or two and all the different people will be suddenly falling in line once a unified message comes out. But I don't think Teflon Don's slipping out of this one quite so easily. Because you see, he's seriously gone from saying release the files to hide hiding the files over the span of 2 fucking months. Like, this is unexplainable. Epstein literally had 1,000+ DVDs, all with names on them. He handwrote names for who was on the DVD. Do they seriously expect us to fucking believe that Epstein just made 1,000 DVDs, all of himself, and then just wrote his own name individually on each one of them? Fuck off, okay? And let's be real here. If Epstein had any
DVD 1027.
friend in life, it was Donald, all right? Trump and him have gone back many, many decades together, and they've both gone
Epstein introduced Melania to Trump.
glazing each other multiple times.
Trump's long friendship with Epstein, which spanned the late 1980s, 90s, and early 2000s, was well documented. In the 1990s, the two publicly partied at Mar-a-Lago and went to a Victoria's Secret Angels show together. In 2002, Trump told New York Magazine, "I've known Jeffrey for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes young girls," or whatever the fuck he says.
Trump himself has said he loved Jeffrey Epstein. They've been great friends for 15+ years at one point, and they both love beautiful women on the younger side. He knew! Okay, Epstein himself, for Christ's sake, said Trump was his best friend in life for over a decade. Trump bought the world's biggest underage beauty pageant and then famously would walk in to all of their changing rooms while they're changing constantly. They're fucking hiding it because he's hot. Okay? I bet Trump has diddled his own fucking daughter, for fuck's sake.
This guy's a genius. I love net loss. That was awesome. That was psychotic. I loved it. Ew, he talks about Canada. Alright. Sweet. Well, we love net loss. The secret government plot to kill the frickin' internet? What the frick is this, guys? Crackhead Ian Carroll said what recently? About Trump being involved? Yeah, you know why? You know why? You know why? Because, dude, their plan is J.D. Vance. You are getting J.D. Vance in 3 years, doggy. Ian Carroll works for Peter Thiel. 1,000,000,000%. He's a Thiel boy. That's what they're doing. That has to be it, right? Peter Thiel's got to finish the coup. Trump is a good Nazi, but he's all messed up in this. So Ian Carroll, that's why they're all turning on Trump. Tim Dillon, Ian Carroll, even Joe Rogan, right? All of them. Shane Gillis. They all don't like their boy anymore. Because I think, bro, what if they off Trump? They might, dude. I think they might. Vance versus Hunter Biden. Oh my God, stop. That would be so funny. Oh my God. Dude, they would, the fucking dumbass Democrats would be like, Hunter Biden should be president. He came from the balls of Biden. He leaked out of Biden's old balls, his old clone balls. He's the only guy who can save us from J.D. Vance, Hunter Biden. He overcame addiction and now he paints.
The beginning of the end of the internet. The UK, Australia, the European Union, and the USA have all coordinated a global effort to control the internet. With Spotify ID verifications, YouTube verifications, adult
this only makes sense if we are the robots in Westworld and they are paying for an experience. Dude, we are the robots in Westworld. We're on our loops. I bet we get JD Vance suit. Oh yeah, dude, Night's Light. I'm for sure. For sure. I think they're gonna kill Trump. Trump's on his way out, bro. That's why they started letting him walk on the roof. Oh man.
Verifications, Reddit verifications, and even VPNs potentially being illegal now.
Yeah, they put Trump here to be the sacrifice for the disclosure they can't prevent. I agree, Mr. Bunny. Yep. Trump's about to take the fucking brunt of a lot. And then he's magically gonna die. The dead internet theory explains why people still believe this BS. Large number of people commenting in defense of the bad guys are bots, which helps people on the fence not change. Yeah. You mean believe the stuff that like all of the people in front of us are not pedophiles? Dude. The amount of people still riding for Kamala is crazy to me. You're literally brain dead at this point. I mean, dude, she protected the Catholic Church while she was a DA. She's a lizard. She's a child trafficker.
Seems like anything deemed unsafe by the government is now locked.
Ooh, I agree. In fact, I think his death might be how they declare martial law and suspend elections. Dude, Trump, wasn't he literally talking to Zelensky about suspending elections? Trump always mentions what he's talking, like what he's thinking about and what he's being told, dude. He's literally has suspending elections on the brain. He was talking to Zelensky about it. Wait, hold on. I want to hear what Jonathan is saying.
Any of the rules, my thing, if they can do that, if they can do all of that, you know, they can do all that, why can't we do whatever we want? You know, why are there laws if they can do whatever they want? Like, what's the fucking point? I don't understand why we follow any of the rules.
Yeah.
If the people at the top don't follow the same rules that they want us to follow, like, why aren't they in prison and none of us are in prison, right? They break all the laws that we're supposed to follow.
Yeah, dead and fed internet, all bots and agents. I agree, dude. It's crazy. I think we're all like sectioned off into like small groups of a few thousand so that they can monitor. It's literally Rehoboam, dude. They've got monitors and checks. They're finding all the anomalies, all the fucking, what do they call them in Westworld? Divergences. And they quell them before they can get too big. Remember Operation Coffee Revolution? Remember Operation Olive Branch?
Right? They break all the laws all the time. Everything's legal for them because they write all the laws and they can pay all the people who enforce the laws. I just don't understand. Like, what's the point? What's the point of being a citizen in any country?
This is how I feel at this point, bro. It's time to dance and return to Monkey.
Any time, if it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if the elites do whatever they want and you have to just deal with it.
They're not elite.
What's the point? Like, can someone explain it? What's the point? I don't understand. I'm just like, I'm so over it. I'm really upset right now. That's enough. That's enough.
Love you, Jonathan.
You say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, it's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
You say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just.
Who the fuck says that? What?
Just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, it's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea? Yeah. No.
You say during.
Oh yeah, let's watch Trump gas Putin out.
I thought I was ready to be back.
Putin after getting locked in the beast with Diaper
I'm
Beast.
I want to go home. I thought I was ready to be back. I thought I was stronger than this, but obviously I'm not. I want to go home. I thought I was ready to be back. I thought I was stronger than this, but
behind an age check. In the UK, websites like Reddit and X now legally have to ask for a picture of your face or a copy of your ID, and the US and the European Union are now set to pass similar laws, as we witness in front of our eyes a very quick, coordinated attack on the internet. But to understand why this is really happening,
Yeah, dude, the military being in DC is for when they fucking follow through with Operation fucking... Dude, what if this is what is the Night of Long Knives? Remember when Hitler fucking killed off all of his enemies? Peter Thiel is Hitler. Who are his enemies right now? Well, Elon Musk's enemy is DeWump. Why did Elon Musk turn on Trump? Because he's part of the tech billionaire Nazi coup. Right? Dude, it's like the new guard. The tech billionaire Nazi crew is the new guard. And they're taking it over from the mafia guard. The old mafia guard. Nazi infighting. They're about to do Nazi Night of Long Knives 2. Night's Light.
now, who is coordinating this, and why they're really doing this.
And so when Trump dies, then they've already got the military in DC. Oh, brother. Dude, if JD Vance becomes president, we all have to promise to stop going to work, right? Everyone stops going to work, you march to DC. JD Vance is president, the couch fucker becomes president, we have to march to DC, everyone from everywhere. They better not, dude.
First place, we need to look at what's been secretly happening in the UK, as this is where it all started. Now, while ostensibly in place to protect the kids, the UK has introduced the Online Safety Bill, going into action at the end of July 2025. The government claims that this is just for kids to not watch adult content, but this act has been making headlines for other reasons.
If they off Trump, he will move to Russia, agreed.
Instead.
No, you see, you gotta upload your driver's license to Spotify or else we won't be able to protect the kids.
First, there's the insanely wide net the UK government has thrown over the entire internet. You've got the obvious stuff blocked now, like adult content sites, but it's extended way past that. Spotify users have been enraged after Spotify has confirmed.
Yeah, Alex, dude, one of our OG Knitwitches, Gug, he's been saying for years now that we need to get back in touch with the Sasquatchies. Fuck these lizards.
And the checks would extend to explicit music on the...
Yeah, right, I kind it all leads back to the fucking PayPal mafia. It's like the new guard. They're cooing the cooers.
Platform. And what's more is that the platform will also ban users that fail the checks or when Spotify thinks its users are underage. Discord is already asking for ID now to see channels that the server owner deemed
Yeah, and then all the tech CEOs got sworn into the military a few months ago. Palantir and ChatGPT and OpenAI. Dude. Why can't anyone else see this shit? This bothers me. I mean, I guess they're not allowed to. Lizards.
18 plus.
Did you guys see Mr. Beast crying on Twitter that everyone called him evil? We didn't start talking about Beast yet. Dude, Night's Light, what on his Twitter? What is he like? Everyone needs to stop saying I don't have a soul. Weave me wone. I saw him on Adin Ross's stream being like, Stop. You can't do that. You can't say I don't have a soul. You can't say I'm a clone. You can't say I'm a robot.
Regardless of the content, YouTube is planning on asking for
Yeah, it's the cuckoo. They're a bunch of cuckoo birds.
ID beginning in August. First, an AI will look at the content that you watch and then try to decide whether you're a kid or not. Watch too many Minecraft videos? You better watch out. At this point though, it should be pretty obvious that the measures are full of problems, the least being how useless it is for actually protecting children in the first place. Everyone under the age of 40 already knows how to get past any of this stuff. As long as at least one country somewhere in the world doesn't have these measures, using a VPN will get you past the age check. In fact, we've already seen this in action. The download numbers on various app stores have been going crazy. Proton VPN, just one of the many available options, saw a 1,800% increase in downloads when the
Yeah, coup de cooked. So when the military takes over, they're good. Exactly, dude. And who's got control of the military? The occult Nazis, dude. And Mormons. What a nightmare we live in. And evangelical crazies. All the Zionists. Every fucking type of Zionist you can literally think of. Because you guys understand this, right? The evangelicals are Zionists. The Mormons are super Zionists. They're all Zionists. They all want white America, white Middle East, white world. That's what they care about.
Act came into effect, and it isn't the only option either. Lots of people have found success circumventing the checks with random pictures or even screenshots from video.
What do you think about what the ice wall stuff he said on Adin's show? Well, he was like, well, he said something weird. He's like, you have to be there with someone. What does he mean? You have to have a partner? But, I mean, dude, the Nazis went to Antarctica. They own Antarctica. Jimmy B's straight up Nazi. Literally born in Frankfurt, Germany, where Peter Thiel was born. But yeah, I mean, the more I've given into flat Earth for toroid Earth, you know, the more I'm like, yeah, sure, there's an ice wall. I don't, you know, probably. There's fucking truth behind every one of these conspiracy theories. I swear to fucking Christ. I know that they're hiding land in the Pacific Ocean. For sure, dude. They're definitely hiding land in the Pacific Ocean. Why wouldn't they be, you know? Why couldn't there be an ice wall hiding another dimension or whatever? Or just another entire realm? Sure. At this point, I don't care. I just want... I mean, I do care. If there's an ice wall hiding some land or whatever... And dude, you know the reason they can't get to it, too, is because you need to vibe high. They're the lowest vibing cuck fucks of all time. Cuck fuck is a new thing that we're entering into the lexicon, okay?
Games. So it's hard to see how the checks...
I am German. Where is my YouTube deal? Exactly. I'm from Wisconsin. That's like the German hub of America. Just south of Milwaukee, bro. Come on. Went to school in Madison. Y'all ever been to the Essen House? Doubt it. Y'all ever drank a Buddha beer at the Essen House and fucking Poka'd? Doubt it. Maybe one of you. Where's my fucking deal? Frickin' cheesing me off, YouTube. And all feds. Dude, I am pissed that they didn't even try and give me a deal. They didn't even try and buy me off. They just know I would have tattled on you. Or tattled on them to you.
will ever be able to deal with AI-generated faces or really any picture or 3D model of a face. It means that anyone who actually wants to get past the block...
It's honestly insane it took me this long to find this place. Black Deathicus, how did you find us again? I mean, it's not insane to me. If things were fair, bro, we would have a big-ass stream. Because we have fun, and also, we be saying shit that no one else is. It's very not weird at this point, just because I understand how they fucking work, right? I'm allowed no like natural in-app growth. I have to do my my own ad reads in my videos, which I wish I started doing a long time ago.
Including children,
Because they basically alienate us all from each of these fucking social medias. You're not allowed to talk about the other ones in each app. I'm not literally in TikTok. I'm like not allowed to basically say that I have a stream because they just won't push the video then usually. The last few times I've tried it and just tagging it at the end hasn't been that bad. It's worked. But before that it didn't.
Can. The UK government knows this and already knew this before they passed the act. In fact, part of the act bars websites from suggesting a VPN as a way around it.
I'm related to... Dude, same. I'm pissed I haven't been offered a deal or something. LMAO. I'm not even kidding. I'm related to Paul Walker. He's my half-uncle. What the fuck, dude? Give Undone a fucking deal. Yeah, I'm glad you found us too, Liz. I'm glad everyone has. Yeah, people with true souls are literally not allowed to interact with each other. Dude, that's what all the fucking 5G shit is, I'm convinced. They know where we all are. They're watching everything. They're smart dust in my fucking eyes. Giving me floaters and shit. Giving me cloudy ass vision. Giving me fucking styes. These bitches. I found you by power outage and only had cell service and started to see TikToks out of New York because my shitty cell signal could get from there. Destiny is weird. Oh, that's cool. All right, sweet.
So who are the only people that don't know about VPNs, that won't know how to install and use them? Well, older people, people who have been left behind by technology already. They're the ones who will blindly give away their ID and pictures of their face.
Good. Honestly, they deserve it.
Most will assume it's government guaranteed and safe, but of course, it really isn't. Instead, the law changes.
My mom was adopted by Mormons as a baby, but her mother got knocked up by Paul Walker's dad? That's hilarious. You think the sty was from hot yoga? But getting it in both eyes? But the thing is, I thought about that, but I've been doing yoga for over a year. And it has never happened. Your boyfriend found me on Facebook, Jen? Nice. That's so funny. I didn't even know my videos were going on Facebook for like a year. Yeah, Sabrina Wallace talks about how they not only do they know where they are, but they can hack our bodies. Smart dust. All you need is a little fucking microwaves and some smart dust. Yeah, the bigger 60+ viewer streams we had at the beginning were hard to manage, and so many yeah, dude, we had a good run on Twitch at the beginning. So many feds because of OOB was in full force at the time. Yeah, I feel like for the most part we've shaken most of our feds. At least they know that they can't be fucking loudmouths in here because I don't like that energy. $666 friends. Oh man, it has my full name. Well, whatever. They put the smart dust in already if you got vaxxed. Your mom got to meet Paul? Nice. Not Paul Wysopal. Paul Walker. The other Paul W.
Open the door to a set of corporate contractors. Unknown until now, internet users are expected to share their most confidential information with these companies just to use the internet. So who are these companies?
Thanks for the sub, angry educated woman.
Well, let's take a look at Persona, the company that Reddit and OpenAI have chosen to conduct their checks. Taken directly from their privacy policy, Persona securely stores all photos of identity documents that you upload, photos of your face that you upload, and data from scans of facial geometry. Persona also fails to tell people when verifying that third-party vendors can also have access to all of this, meaning they give it to a ton of other companies.
No, it's fine. People know. I've said it before.
What's more, those claims about immediately destroying the data are really nonsense.
Don't worry, Blair let everyone know too. Blair let everyone know my address.
Privacy policy indicates that they don't even get rid of it for a whole 3 years. So if they make you verify your age again, the timer resets. And
No, I know I have a Facebook account. It posts as from Instagram, but I have it.
that 3 years is only if the government doesn't explicitly tell them to keep it, in which case they will. So
Wait, shut up. Fittest Fed Earther says that Paul Walker is JD Vance. You think you unblocked me on Instagram yet? Probably not.
just by looking at one of these companies tells you that they can keep.
Ooh, I vote we call him Lysopal because he shouldn't get the W, and also he's a liar.
Keep it for pretty much however long they want. Then there's the fact that it doesn't really matter what these companies say anyway. They routinely underinvest in cybersecurity, which leads to massive data breaches all of the time. Then millions of people's data gets sold to the highest bidder. Literally days before this act even came into effect, the women's dating app T also had a massive data breach. The app was designed for women to gossip about men in a safe space, enforced through mandatory facial verification for users. T said in their privacy policy that they deleted all the verification images immediately. However, when the breach happened, tens of thousands of these images were stolen and leaked online, and it's just been one of the many data breaches this year. You clearly can't trust these corporate contractors, especially these small shady companies which have suddenly been given a guaranteed middleman spot by this new law. So because the government says so, people using the internet are now forced to give their ID to a selection of various companies, who will share it with whomever they like and delete it when they feel like, if at all. In many people's opinions, it's the government itself that should be under scrutiny. They're the ones who should be treated like criminals, mainly because so many of them are actually criminals. There's been far too many scandals to count recently with Parliament. You've got the fraudulent PPE contracts, the expenses scandal, the breakdown of the S&P in Scotland for financial crime, just to name a few. And so if anyone should be getting monitored and surveilled, it's the people who wrote this law in the first place. Although we've just shown what almost everyone already knew about this, that this part of the Online Safety Act is useless because of VPNs. It's malicious because of the potential for
VPNs all got to be run by the CIA too, though, right? Is there anything that isn't touched by them? I mean, like, come on, right? Didn't people say in the UK that their VPNs aren't working to watch shit in America?
data breaches and hypocritical because of who it targets. And they already knew this before they passed it, it's just too obvious. So what's the real reason behind all of this? Well, a key aim of the Online Safety Act seems to be to control what adults view on the internet, based on their understandable hesitation to give away their picture and ID. You can draw this conclusion from what they've been using it to block. Lots of subreddits surrounding adult content were blocked by the act, of course, but lots of other ones were also
Yeah, we could do a Sasquatch stream.
caught in the
Take your L, Paul Lysopal.
crossfire. The Stop Smoking and Stop Drinking subreddits have been reported as being blocked to some users, and you'd think the UK government would want kids to have access to those resources, especially considering they let the vape companies get them all addicted years ago. Other potentially sensitive content is now being gated off. People have reported that X is blocking footage from immigration protests in the UK. A speech from a member of parliament was also blocked. It was about the horrific grooming gang scandal that's been rocking the UK recently. This is a clear example of harm being done to minors, yet the government chose to block people from discussing it. It's also been reported that posts
Oh, the Silk Road too? The Silk Road was a CIA honeypot? I believe that shit too.
about Gaza.
Yeah, we'll have to let Gug know about the Sasquatch stream. Maybe we'll do it Wednesday or Thursday.
And Ukraine have been blocked as well.
I'll DM Gug and see if he can make either one.
well. The danger lies in this escalating out of control. You give the government an inch and they'll take a mile, as we saw during COVID. And this law sets the precedent of handing over the power of censorship to algorithms. Algorithms and AI built and designed to follow broad guidelines dictated by the people in power. This is so dystopian, and yet nobody realizes the true extent of how bad the situation really is, as it matches up with other UK laws and measures designed to restrict people's freedoms. The UK and Apple have been in a massive battle for years over privacy. The UK is demanding that Apple let them have a backdoor into people's messages and private information. This backdoor doesn't even exist, and yet the UK is insisting that Apple break their promises and have it installed. Meanwhile, they've done the same for WhatsApp's end-to-end encryption as well, despite the fact that nobody can read those messages, not even WhatsApp, allegedly. Now, lots of tech companies may follow suit in pushing the UK on this one. At least you'd hope so. As I mean, when you've got Meta of all companies fighting for data protection against your own government, you know you're cooked. The measures are likely to play right into the hands of populists like Nigel Farage, and it could very likely win in the next election.
What a fucking lizard man.
As it's such a terrible, awful look for Labour and Starmer to force this through despite the immense backlash. All Labour have done is dig the hole further and further, with how deeply the public no longer trust the government of England anymore. It's so bad that members of parliament now label those who don't agree with this bill as siding with predators by opposing the Online Safety Act, calling people Jimmy Savile supporters.
Verifying your age keeps a child safe, keeps children safe in our country. And I say to people like Nigel Farage, who want to turn the clock back and wants to just overturn these regulations, every time he does this and says it, he makes children more exposed, more susceptible to dangerous content.
It's a really disturbing, stupid attempt to silence criticism which everyone can see through. And the worst part is that this isn't just the license-happy UK nanny state. This is a coordinated, choreographed effort by major Western governments to limit internet freedom. They've wanted this for years, and it's finally coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Just take a look at some of the other measures they're drafting across the democratic world. In the European Union, under Denmark's 2025 presidency, they've revived the chat control legislation, which aims to mandate client-side scanning of all private messages, even on encrypted platforms like WhatsApp and Signal, all to ostensibly detect CSAM. But what this is really doing is effectively ending end-to-end encryption and open.
Yeah, they wanna find all the child, SA shit so that they can go hire the people making it.
Opening the door to mass surveillance and systemic security vulnerabilities, which is all part of their wider Protect EU initiative, which seeks to enable lawful decryption of private communications by 2030. Then we have Australia, arguably the most aggressive Western country when it comes to taking away internet freedom, as their e-safety commissioner has sweeping powers to now
Is that how we get hired by the FBI, Paul? You have to make that kind of content? Seems true, though. Seems like what Caleb Hammer's into, and Miranda Sings, and probably Jimler Beans, and Jimler Beans' friend, and Peter Thiel drinks little boys, and Elon Musk convinced drinks little boys. I mean, dude, it's a lot of little boy drinkers. What's up with that, right? So weird. Zuckerberg, come on.
demand content takedowns within 24 hours, including posts on private messaging apps, and non-compliance of this can lead to millions in fines, as Australia has criminalised end-to-end encryption resistance. Under the Toller Act, the government can legally force tech companies to build backdoors into encrypted apps like WhatsApp and Signal, and gag orders prevent them from telling the public. And they too are also pushing for facial recognition technology to enforce age verification, also that they can ensure who uses social media and who doesn't, even going as far to apparently ban kids from social media. In the US, we have the Kids Online Safety Act, which gives the government and state attorneys general power to control online content that could be deemed harmful to minors. But like all of these governments, the language is vague. It's clearly just a front to control and regulate more of the internet. And the US is even trying to push through the Screen Act, requiring comprehensive age verification for all users on the internet, potentially ending anonymous browsing in the US as a whole. It's clear governments around the world are suddenly in unison began quietly and rapidly coordinating to take unprecedented control of the internet under the guise of just protecting the children. It's like the Simpsons meme of saving the children. Ireland is now proposing a law that will allow the government to scan your private messages directly on your phone before you even send them. Not by breaking encryption, but by implementing client-side scanning, which means the government could get access to your messages before they're encrypted straight from your device. And the UK is already a step ahead on that. In the Online Safety Act, they give Ofcom the power to mandate the same kind of invasive surveillance, scanning your messages before they even leave your phone, something straight out of Minority Report. And this isn't hypothetical, this is now reality. We are currently witnessing a horrifying force to control the internet, and this should alarm everyone watching this video right now, as the internet as you know it is being taken away from you in a coordinated global government effort, and nobody voted for any of this. But if you really want to understand why they're doing this, you can have a look at this video where we predicted 2 years ago how the governments in the West would take away our freedoms online. In the video, we'll lay out exactly what you can do about all of this, so check out this video right here about 1984 now.
Oh, Mr. Bean, you're right. Mr. Beans is crashing out. I raised $12 million to get hundreds of thousands of people clean water and save countless people from dying. Twitter, Mr. Beast is evil. What a lizard, right? Poor little Mr. Beansy. He's such a sad guy.
We've had a lot of jokes and irony, but this time
Here, let's watch what Skitter was talking about, this Christopher Reeve thing. Hold on. Is this Superman?
And if so, why is he posting about the Mary Magdalene? Is Christopher Reeve still alive? And if so, why is he posting about the Mary Magdalene M on the palm of your hands? So Christopher Reeve, who's best known for portraying Superman in the 70s and 80s movies.
Yeah, wait, oh shit. We are talking about Christopher Reeve. What the fuck?
Apparently died in 2004, either linked to complications from his injury that left him wheelchair bound. Some say
this is a little North Korea-ish. I mean, it's like the way that North Korea is described to us, yeah. I think North Korea might be kind of fucking chill in reality. I think what we hear is the way that our government actually treats us, yes. I mean, you remember when they were like, China does social credit systems? We literally have credit reports, and what are you talking about? They're like, they dehumanize their citizens, that none of them are homeless. Well, they don't say that. They don't say that part.
sepsis, some say, cardiac arrest. But yeah, he apparently died on October 10th, 2004. Age 52, but he recently tweeted this.
What do you mean? He has a Twitter?
It says, "You already heard the story about my death in New York, but have you seen any proof of that? You haven't, because I am still alive and well, breathing the purest air in a winter wonderland. After all I've been through, you really think..."
Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck is watching that and can give away $12 million in one stream? Feds and bots. Normal people can barely afford a t-shirt, let alone hundreds of donos for someone who doesn't need it. Exactly, dude.
Thought I would commit suicide, which wasn't what he was apparently died from. That's what I wanted you to think, to protect my family, loved ones. Now I am finally out of the shadows, ready for vengeance. I had enough time to obtain information, evidence about the
Bro, it looks like Christopher Reeve's account got fucking hacked. What is this?
Corruption in the world. And now I am ready to speak. Soon I will publish everything and leave it up to you to decide. Don't be a slave to the system. Don't let them control you. Look around with your own eyes. What do you see? Corrupt.
I mean, based Christopher Reeve from the dead. I like it.
Corruption prevails everywhere, but soon that will all change. The deck has been...
He didn't die. They faked it. Possible. Baratheon says it's QAnon cope. Possible. I mean, no matter what, it's stirring the pot. Let's go. Right? Love it.
Stacked, and the tokens have been
The
loaded.
storm's coming, boys. Any day now.
The clock is ticking. And he also posts about the M on your hand, asking who has it. On the 29th of July, he also posted about the Bank of America teaming up with Ripple. If you remember that poor lady that was found dead on a yacht when I was talking about Martha, she was called Martha.
Bro, this is Elon Musk's burner account.
And
the FFE's gonna be all over this. We gotta beat him to the punch. Who is he? I bet he's Trump. Ooh, right? Christopher Reeve is probably Trump. Or Zac Efron. Or also Robin Williams. It's Pappy. Fuck. They're all played by one person. They're all played by Roseanne. Oh, brother. Fuck. What are we gonna do? Fittest Earther, you know he's cooking right now in Florida. He's in Florida cooking something up fierce, boy.
The boat she was found dead on is called the Ripple. And interestingly, in Superman, Clark Kent's mother is Martha. And Batman's mother is also called Martha. Reeve is an interesting surname because it's also the surname of Keanu Reeves, who plays, obviously, Neo in The Matrix. Christopher Reeve studied at Cornell University and the Juilliard School, which is for actors, alongside Robin Williams, and they became lifelong friends. Glenn Close, who plays Cruella de Vil,
kind of does look like a young Trump, right? They're all
said
played by
Robin
Roseanne,
Williams would
I
still
swear
be
to
alive
God.
if Christopher Reeve was still alive, which is interesting.
Yeah, I got... Which one did I show you? For magic. Or for... What's a cool M word? Motherfucker.
A lot of people think Robin Williams is Uncle Pappy. Elon Musk's
And he's Trump.
middle name is also Reeve, which is interesting.
Oh, it's Elon Musk.
Some have suggested that Christopher Reeve is now playing Elon Musk, but I don't know.
I gotta go away. Come on. Come on, boys. What are we talking about? Alright, I buy it. I'm into it.
He was thrown from a horse in 1995, causing him significant spinal cord injury that left him paralysed from the neck down, and he became a big advocate for disability rights, spinal cord research, and stem cell research. Superman is known to have a weakness, which is kryptonite. Kryptonite comes from Krypton, Superman's home planet, apparently. And when it exploded, pieces of the planet were irradiated in space, forming different types of kryptonite. The most common form is that green kryptonite that we were aware of. It weakens Superman, causing pain, loss of powers, and prolonged exposure can even be fatal, which when we've been talking about emeralds and God's throne room being like shining like an emerald, that's very interesting.
Elon is super cuck? Yes.
There is also red, gold, blue, white, and black kryptonite. The gold can permanently remove Superman's powers. The black kryptonite can split Superman into good and evil halves.
Wait, what's this bop house shit? Rewind gal? Oh, are you talking about like OnlyFans or something? Because that the feds do be pushing that OnlyFans life. They said some bop girl in Beast Stream donated $1 million and it didn't even know who she was, and she claims to have made $74 million on OnlyFans. Dude, yeah, the feds be pushing that OnlyFans. No way that's real. And I looked at their Instagram and it was like, I was like, what the fuck is this? It's so sad that this is what they are reducing the female population to. Was it here that we talked about how Zac Efron was just like a horrible victim of... Yeah, he is like a yacht boy. Dude, I think that's what when these actors aren't working, they're yachting. They're making... Because they gotta keep up appearances, right? I think most of these actors and shit are broke as fuck, dude. Was it here? But yeah, we talked about it here. I feel bad for Zac Efron. He like got his jaw broken by one of his fucking Johns. That Bop House thing's a total psyop, and I'm so sad that I know who they are now. I was like, there's no way this is real, and those girls are making $50 million in 1 year. Major movie stars don't make that. It's so dumb what people will believe. Sorry, rant over. It's embarrassing. Yeah, OnlyFans is feds for sure. I agree, dude. And they're literally trying to make everyone... What are they doing? I think they just want to cheapen sex, right? I think. They want to make sure that people don't have a fucking connection. They want to give people weird OnlyFans addictions. They want to give people weird gambling addictions. They want to give people weird drug addictions. Look at who owns all these companies. All like the fucking gambling apps and the pharmaceutical companies, and let's figure out who the fuck owns OnlyFans. Who's that? I'm sure it's a Fed. Like, dude, it's so clear that they literally want us all to just be deviant weirdos. Yeah, they're trying to make everyone a fucking gooner, dude. They want everyone to be freaks. They want everyone to view, like... They want everyone to just sell themselves, you know? So that when they traffic your kids, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, keep them addicted to porn and distracted. Make them be into weirdo shit. So they can't have a fucking connection with another person. Fucking gooners.
Lex Luthor is Superman's arch nemesis in the show, and he's originally from Gotham, which links with Batman again. Batman is set in Somerset, which is very interesting given Somerset is where Glastonbury...
Yeah, some people don't even know what true connective sex can be like. It's sad. Yeah, dude.
...is in England. In the comics, Lex Luthor is a mad scientist with green hair. And we've been talking about Trump a lot recently, and some say there's two Trumps, one with a red tie, one with a blue tie. The blue tie one is his evil half, meant there to make him look stupid, and the red tie Trump is the kind of real, or the good Trump.
Undone, go to yoga. Get all that sexual energy out on your fucking mat. Well, not like that, but you know what I mean? Anyone else got any tips?
So what do we think? Do we think Christopher Reeve is alive? Is Robin Williams...
All Pornhub and OF are owned by the Izzies? Sounds about right.
Still alive? Are they at this winter wonderland? Where is this winter wonderland? Obviously winter wonderland would be associated with Christmas, the North Pole. There's the song, isn't there? Walking in a winter wonderland. The lyrics. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Anyway, let me know your thoughts, and I'd love it if you would subscribe to my channel if you like my...
Pornhub is banned in Florida? Really?
content. I'm going to start a series delving into the Gospel of Mary Magdalene in September for subscribers only.
When Is Not Real had a massive power outage, all the porn posts that flood 4chan immediately stopped. They control all the smut shit. I fucking agree, dude. And Maxwell worked at Disney? Probably, dude. Wait.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Ghislaine Maxwell used to work at Disney? I guess it'd be fucking crazy if she was actually a Disney
Child talent scout? Oh, no. Dude, I mean, there's a picture of her at a John Benet Ramsey fucking thing. Look, she's right here. This is that fucking hook-nosed wench. Wit, evil hag. She's right there. I recognize that fucking side profile anywhere. That's her. Demon. Demon. You can. She has such a distinct face, hanging out at John Benet Ramsey's, and dude, literally her and look at this shit. Here's two people seen with Madeleine McCann. And here's another person seen with Madeleine McCann. The Podesta brothers? That's fucking weird, dude. Not the child talent scout. Yeah, right? Isn't that awesome?
child talent scout for several years.
Oh, fuck.
Here's some more pictures. Was this like, how did I not know this? I knew a lot of stuff about.
Sorry, was it fucked the whole time? Or no, I just changed it when I showed the images of Ghislaine and the Podestas.
Jeffrey and Ghislaine, but I did not know that she actually worked for Disney. Here's some more pics. I guess it'd be really crazy if the Disney Cruise Line
went right by.
Let's just see. Well, St. Thomas and St. John excursions.
It went right by. It went to Epstein's Island, bro.
Right. I guess it'd be really crazy if the Disney Cruise Excursions, Spectacular and Family Adventures, went literally for a snorkel stop at Little St. James Island. What the fuck?
Lou Pearlman was a super creep child talent manager, and then look at the way Aaron Carter turned out, right? Aaron Carter said Nick was a bad man. Maybe Lou Pearlman had something to do with it.
How? And I mean, I guess it'd be kind of crazy if all the symbols line up. Even the fucking Ellen DeGeneres show. What the?
What a nightmare, right, dudes? All right, let's check in with the... Wait. Boys, it's 8:26. Oh, shit. Do you know where your kids are? They are at the Cosmic Frickin' Ripple, boys. Oh my goodness, taking a look at frickin' this. Ooh, large, divine, feminine, organized pyramid. It's got quartz, amazite, rose quartz, moonstone, copper coil. It's an energy amplifier for kundalini activation. And is not included, boys, but it's got a cool little spiral in the pyramid, and you don't get the grass or the moss. Beautiful. Wow. This Cosmic Ripple place is... Whoever makes all these are pretty talented. They get the frickin' rainbow on their fingers every time. Nice bottom. Nice galactic space scene. Gorgeous. Love the blue with the pinks. Hand not included. Shelf not included. Bundle it today, boys. Pendant, mini pyramid, candle holder. Jeez Louiser. Thank you for your support. Well, how'd that get there? Whoops. That was very not good of you, Dane. Can you imagine the guy who sent me this said that they were going to send me a cease and desist for saying that they're a Nazi? Do you think this helps my case or hurts it? Never did get that cease and desist. Too bad. Anyway, thank you for your support, boys. Alright, how is Quinton Reviews fucking with Jimler Beans?
I want to try and get serious. According to the World Health Organization, 1 out of every 3 people on the earth do not have access to clean water. Bacteria, filth, and microplastics have fundamentally changed humanity's most important resource. The money donated to My Team Water campaign will go towards building water infrastructure, specifically by giving the money to WaterAid, a nonprofit that has been helping people get water around the world for decades. I empathize strongly with people struggling with these issues, because not that long ago, I myself was exposed to contaminated water, and that incident changed my life irreversibly. We are here to review the official Mr. Beast lab that comes with a state-of-the-art Mr. Beast action figure. Oh God, it's glitter. Oh, I hate glitter. I hate glitter more than I hate Mr. Beast. Oh no, it's on me. Glitter, no, oh shit. It's getting all over the fucking place. And who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars. It's over everything. God, it's on my fucking hands. That's in my skin, people. That's in my skin. Ew. I want to find the man who invented glitter. And I want to shoot him. I want to shoot him with a gun.
Yep. Well, now he works for DARPA, and they spray that shit in the air.
It's hard to look back on even now. And though it might sound crazy, I think this is why Mr. Beast recruited me. Because on that day, Mr. Beast committed a sin against me, he committed a sin against my table, and he committed a sin against water. Think about it. Do you really think it's a coincidence that the other main guy running this campaign is Mike Reber, the glitter bomb guy? Hello! I don't care if those people were stealing mail. That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists. Mr. Beast needs my help to atone for his water sins. And I think what he really wants and what he would really appreciate is all of you donating to My Team Water campaign and leaving comments vaguely discussing Mr. Beast's history with polluting water with microplastics. And then all of those comments will then immediately also appear on the main Team Water landing. So if you want to help make a difference, please go to MrBeastHasNoSoul.com. For those of you who walked in late, we are on day 5 of our ongoing Team that he does. For the last few weeks, we have been discussing Mr. Beast and his ongoing quest to prove to the world that he does indeed have a soul, which then evolved into him reaching out and asking me to be a part of his charity campaign, Team Water. Now, there's a very specific reason that I have made this a multi-part saga, because soon enough there will be an interactable element to all of this. But first, I feel the need to stop and clarify some things. The first thing that I've noticed is that a lot of people seem to be under the impression that if you donate to Team Water, the money goes directly into Mr. Beast's pocket and we have to blindly trust that he's going to do the right thing with it. That's primarily my fault, because a handful of times over the...
Is he actually raising money for Team Water while running a campaign against Mr. Beans, or is his thing separate? I would not give money to Mr. Beast because that's literally the CIA.
These last few videos, I have called Team Water a charity, when in actuality, it is a fundraiser for charity. So Mr. Beast is not personally running some brand new water conservation charity. He's not going to wake up on September the 1st, grab a bucket and spade and go, oh wow, I've got $39.8 million. Time to start building water infrastructure. I'll start in my backyard. Instead, that money is going to go towards Water Aid, which is a pre-existing nonprofit.
Water Aid is an international nonprofit organization dedicated to providing clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene to communities. No public information or search results explicitly suggest a direct link established between Water Aid and the CIA. It operates in 30 countries and has stated mission to transform lives by ensuring everyone has access to these essential services. I don't buy it, honestly. This sounds like bullshit to me. Is this an NGO? They're all cucked, right?
That has existed since 1981. The fact that it's a reputable organization and the money actually will go to a good cause run by people who have experience in what they're trying to do, that's the only
CIA
reason I ever considered actually doing this. And the weird thing is that I've also noticed that a lot of people now think that I like Mr. Beast, and everyone suddenly seems to think that everything I've said in this series so far is...
Yeah, Mr. Beast is going to provide 100 million people with glitter water.
100% a lie, like I made it all up for some reason. The first thing I considered when I decided to join this project was that I was never really a big fan of Team Trees. The idea...
Black Death a Kiss. I'm gonna leave a review. Great stuff, but did not receive the hand or shelf.
That the secret to fixing the Earth's changing climate...
Did I hear the conspiracy about the glitter? What, that the military's buying it all? Yeah, right? Isn't that what it is?
Is to plant a bunch of trees is an idea that a second grader would believe in. But to be fair, that is Jimmy's target demographic. Now shut up while he tells you about this gambling app. But water infrastructure is something where putting money towards that actually can do good. So if you donate money to this, it actually will have an effect on real people's lives. Now, a lot of people have been questioning my motivations throughout this entire series. Some people think I'm doing this because Mr. Beast is paying me. He's not. Some people think I'm doing this so Mr. Beast will be friends with me. That's fucking stupid. Some people think that I'm doing this because I think it's funny and for no other reason, and that's the most ridiculous hypothesis. What about my demeanor makes you guys believe that I'm not taking this seriously? But no, I decided this was worth doing because it will have some positive impact, and also because it's funny, and also for the views. But for those of you who walked in late, for the last few weeks...
Alright, dude, so this is what I saw about Jimler.
We just spent the last 17 hours together. You're a robot. No, you can't say that. What's up, buddy?
No, you are.
We're gonna address that after this call. We're not leaving playing that slide.
Why is Jimmler so concerned about everyone thinking he's a reptile or a clone or doesn't have a soul? It's just so weird, right? Anyway, I didn't say it. Adin did. But did you see how cool Jimmler was? He was like, hey. We're going to talk about this after. Little Adin. And no, yeah, Jimmler, you know, because his genetic material comes from Himmler. Yeah, Himmler. Okay, bye. Oh, jump scare. Fan fiction, all a goof. That picture was only up for a second, TikTok. Cool it, okay? It's all a joke. If you take it down, that means that I am correct about this, okay? Bye.
He's a reptile.
They kept it up, so I am incorrect, boys. Retracted. Retracted. Mr. Beast Ice Wall. Let's see what the boy said.
Wait, have you ever been to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Do you believe in the ice wall?
Yeah, I saw the ice wall. Well. Yeah, he saw it too. I can't say on stream.
No way, but we'll talk about it later. That's
Let's just say you always need someone with you when you're in Antarctica.
Are you serious?
What does that mean? You always need someone with you when you're in Antarctica. What, a Nazi?
Wait, have you ever been to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Do you believe in the ice wall?
Yeah, he saw it too. I can't say on stream.
No way. That's crazy.
He almost leaked it. Let's just say you always need someone with you when you're in Antarctica.
Have you ever been to Antarctica? Have you ever been to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Do you believe in the ice wall?
That's all they talk
Yeah, I saw the ice wall. Yeah, he saw it too. I can't say on stream.
No way. We'll talk about it later. That's crazy.
He almost leaked it.
Dude, these people are so boring. How? Are there any real people watching any of this? This is all the simulation. None of this is real. There's nobody watching these gooners. Convinced. I'm freaking convinced, bro. Adin Ross gets pressed about by Mr. Beans for touching him. Mr. Jimmler also has a touching thing. Like Larry David. Must run in the Nazis.
I don't know where he's at.
I know.
He's everywhere at once.
What if Airrack's in your shirt? Sorry, you don't like to get touched.
What is with you and touching me?
No.
Here, Matthew, can you hold this for a second?
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah.
Aiden, I think it's time we set some boundaries.
Let's do it.
Okay. No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Who just farted, bro?
Not me.
No, who did that? That was you?
Not.
Sorry.
Why is Aiden
back over here?
I've been holding it the entire time.
No, it's all good.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, boundaries. Yeah, go ahead.
You take your hands
Yeah.
and keep them away from me.
Okay. X, can I still touch you? Like always? Thanks, bro.
Okay.
Cool. Just not you.
Like, dude, that's totally what it is. Like, there's literally no real people watching. Like, I mean, there are some, of course, but like, these people aren't getting actually massive views. They're just getting bots, all by the fucking NSA and the CIA. Adin Ross, all these fucking losers, dude. They're all so lame. Kai Cenat. I like I Show Speed. He seems cool.
We good?
I'm not gonna touch you.
There we go.
See?
Yeah, let's go. All right. Well, I'll hold it while you pop out.
Since you found me, good job, guys. Since you found me in the 10 minutes, I'm gonna donate $10,000.
Let's go.
That's the right there, $10,000.
Yes.
Need to get out.
That is 0.2% of our goal.
Oh. Watch out! Don't hurt yourself.
And dude, the fact they're all like gamblers and shit, like, I don't even get it. Half of them can't even stream on YouTube. Why are they so popular, right? Like, Adin Ross, don't they stream on Kick? Did you guys hear H3H3's gonna stream on Kick? Bro, they're full on Nazis now. I love it.
It's very hot in there.
Yeah. Hey, chat, put it down.
Yeah, I Show Speed seems kind of cool. I like when he went to like the dojos and shit in China. He seems kind of funny. And I think he's about that Palestine life.
Up in the chat for the big Matthew Beam, all right?
All right, I think this guy has some clips. Let's watch him.
Free Palestine.
Adin and XQC were saying free Palestine to Jimler. They were trying to trigger him. Triggered. Triggered.
What'd you say?
When free Palestine was said, I stayed silent out of the fear of losing sponsors. He's talking about when
he said that? Wait, did he really say that?
XQC said free Palestine and then stared at Mr. Beast.
Do not forget to check out Cindy.com, brothers and sisters, one of my most amazing clothing brands that I wear, alhamdulillah, owned by Muslims. With the recent boycott that's going on with many brands, clothing lines supporting Israel, brothers and sisters, you guys know I've been supporting Cindy.com. I've been wearing their stuff long time ago, alhamdulillah, and I love their clothing, brothers and sisters. It's exactly what I like, alhamdulillah, when it comes to fitness.
Yeah, Adin Ross is horrible and confused. He hangs out with Nazis but says free Palestine in the same breath. Yeah. I mean, that's the false opposition, right? They got to get some of the kids so that later when Israel bombs all of Iran and, you know, then Adin can be like, yeah, free Palestine. They're all dead and they're extinct now, but we've got to take over Iran. Like, you know what I mean? They have to start doing this because otherwise, you know, everyone's catching on.
Training, jogging, and just general wear when I'm praying. I don't need to worry about my back showing. Buy it for your family members, your uncles, your brothers, your husbands, whoever it is, inshallah, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, it's why J-Lo didn't tour. It's because the celebrities are all falsely propped up. 100%.
At least I was for yourself, inshallah. It's modest. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters and dear friends. Hope you guys are well, inshallah. So this was the video that I came across on TikTok.
Say it's his shit that's in only the left channel.
Of Mr. Beast, and to say the least, I wouldn't say I was surprised, you know, to an extent, but seeing his reaction, and this is a live, you can't make this stuff up, you know, pre-recorded stuff here, I can make a mistake here, I'll do it again, etc. Not with the live. With the live, you see genuine reaction. Here's the footages of we're going to watch, inshallah, with, I think his name is Adin Ross, Roseanne, I don't know his name, I'll be honest with you, and the other guy, I don't know who he is as well. Look at their reaction.
All right, I already love this guy, let's go.
Yeah, their reaction, obviously, he's himself a Jewish, Adin, I think his name is Adin, or something I was lying. Even he says free Palestine, but look at the reaction of Mr. Beast. And then afterwards, apparently there's an apology that he came out with. We don't know if it's real or not, we're going to find out, inshallah. Let's watch this for ourselves, inshallah. And I want you guys, because this shows me Mr. Beast, all of his humanitarian work that I did in Africa, curing the blind, all that kind of mess, it's just fake. All of that is fake. You know why? Because if you are so uncomfortable talking or helping or aiding the people in Gaza, yes, that means all of humanitarian aid is fake. You're a fake person. That's what you are. Let's watch for ourselves.
Okay.
Shortaholic XQCL.
The 300 for the 500.
Oh, Train said we got to read all 300 first? Oh, shit. Is that what Train just told you?
Oh, wait, let's do like it. Backwood Camara.
Question. Somebody in my chat was wondering, what's your name?
Sinan.
Sinan?
Yeah. Oscar Baza.
Wait, what's your background?
I'm Turkish.
Turkish.
An anonymous donor.
They were
I can get out of free.
No, we like you and free.
Okay.
I didn't mean to scream at you.
Free Palestine.
What'd you say? No,
Dr. McNugget.
So that's the first reaction. Let's go a bit closer. Here's the second.
That was weird.
Come on.
Free Palestine. What'd you say?
Yo.
Oh, so funny, Felix. Might as well just keep reading it, dude. Adso Lindell. Lindell. Free Palestine. Safadar Ahmed.
You can see both of the guys in the back are doing it on purpose. They're saying it and looking at his reaction. Because those guys, they support the cause. So they're looking at his reaction.
Well, not really. XQC also was being a cuck. He is a cuck. If I think they're just reading it because that's the names, and they're just being trolls, and they don't care.
And you can see, I've never seen anyone so damn careless. Imagine living in Nazi Germany, or you know, when in Congo, when 10 million Congolese were you know,
Mr. Beast would have narked on Anne Frank.
killed by King Leopold II. Yes, and imagine the reaction is just, oh, casual.
Dude, I know, right? Their streams are literally the most boring shit in history. Like they have to be fake. Who the fuck watches that shit? They're so boring. They just sit there and gamble, bro.
No damn.
The helium voice was truly such a fever dream. I can't believe it was real. I rewatched the beginning of that today. I was cracking up. That shit was funny. You guys were like, "Are you goofing us?" I was like, "No, are you goofing me?" I literally thought you were fucking with me. Something like that hasn't happened in a while. That was hilarious.
Care about human life. If someone said to me, one person died, a child.
Night, Harry.
Died. You won't see me on the phone, like, you know, scrolling on my phone, like, just a couple of, like, you know, like nothing happened. He knows there's a genocide happening, a mass massacre. He's just...
Dude, scrolling on Instagram is like a nightmare. It's like one scroll, you're getting children being blown up into walls and bombs exploding, and then the next one is an ad for fucking Sephora. What a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare, dude.
Casually on his phone, no two craps given. It's the reality. It's reality. These are the people you Muslims look up to.
Free Palestine. Are you starting to lose your mind?
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
So here, this one, I don't know. There might be a cut paste, make it look like he left, etc. As far as I know. So, from what I can see, brothers and sisters, is that from the actual footage of actually what happened, because some of them can be cut and paste, is there was even like a little smirk. Now the thing is, what we need to understand, like Allah says in the Quran, you know, He gives a parable of the person who has multiple masters compared to the one who has one master. You can see Mr. Beast's masters are many. It's definitely not truth, because you can see very clearly he's uncomfortable. Now, if that is the case, like we can watch some other videos here where you've got I Shall Speed. Let's watch I Shall Speed, for example.
Bleep blop. Boys, do you see it? I'm gonna have to take her to the hospital. Sorry, stream's gotta end early. Mushka, come on, you gotta go to the hospital. Booba. Come on. Are you terminal? Let me see. Show us. Oh, the reverse camera is so hard to point at her face while looking. Boo boo. Oh no. Boo boo. Oh, it's worse. It's literally worse. Oh no. Night Slate. Oh god. Alright boys, stream's gotta end. I gotta take her to the hospital. Her blippo's out. Her blipperoni is sticking straight out, bro. Oh my god, it's just getting worse. It's so bad. Oh, the light's terrible. Mushka, you gotta look up. Come on, give the people what they want. Oh my god, you can kind of see it. Ooba! Oh! Holy Christmas. Mishko. Oh my god. Boys, I'm starting to get concerned. Touch it. What if it made it worse? Oh, wait, is it out? I think it might be. Don't look at her gross mouth stain. Oh no! No! Hey. Dude, what do I do in this situation? Frick. Super concerned. Strong case of the bleeps.
Look at his reaction. He's someone who's very, very popular.
Bleep blop is legendary.
Look at his reaction.
You're from Palestine? What's up, my Palestinian?
Free Palestine! Free them boys in the chat. What? Free Palestine! What's funny?
I don't know what's funny.
Fuck, don't be laughing.
Wait, can I say it too? Palestine.
Free Palestine, bro. It's not a joke.
It's not?
No.
This is a video from Sneeko.
I show speed. Nice.
So this video from Sneeko, inshallah. Let's watch. Let's see what he had to say.
I've done Project Iftar. You guys want to? I'll do it again. But I'm seeing these massive people. It's like if we're gonna give out water and food to people that really need it, they're destroying crates as soon as they land. People are starving to death. There's like endless images of children. Astaghfirullah, they're shriveling up. They're starving. Let's do something about that, huh? Let's use our influence for that. It doesn't have to be controversial.
So you can see that Mr. Beast is fake. Why is he fake? Because at the end of the day, you can clearly see that if he genuinely cared about people, when he went to feed the people in Africa, when he did the eye surgeries in a different country, all those humanitarian stuff, it's PR. It's never genuine. Because if it was just...
Yeah, it's CIA shit.
Put this. If his issue is the Gaza, Palestine, I might lose deals or this, etc. If that's the case, or if it's controversial, he's fearing backlash for whatever reason it is. He's going to get more backlash, whatever it is. Yeah, he's fearing his income or sponsorships or whatever. They've categorically told him, don't get involved. That means if those African children were Palestinians, he would have not helped them. If those eye surgeries were pertaining to Palestinian children, he would have not helped them. When Palestine is put on those humanitarian aids that is done, he would have not helped, because the moment Palestine is mentioned, free Palestine, he could have come in reaction and say, you know what, I'm actually very sorry for what's going on there. It's heartbreaking. I wish I can do something to help.
It's okay, baby.
Sufficient. Emotions. It's victory. It's genuine. Okay. Which shows that all of those humanitarian stuff that he said, it's all rubbish. Because it shows I will do A. Why? Because what am I going to get back in return? When the moment it comes to Gaza and Palestine, it's like, yo, I can lose brand deals, and I've been told clearly by my manager.
Cat Daddy's about to get fucking tipsy on a booch. Let's go.
If I do this, because he's thinking about his business, which shows that he's a slave. He is a slave to all of those masters, those people behind him saying to him, do not dare get involved in politics. Do not dare say that. Or for example, if we do that, you know, we are funded by a big Zionist billionaire. Okay, so you cannot say it. Which shows what? You, my friend, are a slave, like Allah says in the Quran. And true freedom is what? Enslaving yourself to the Creator, because that means in Islam, justice. If I heard the killing of, let me tell you something, Zionist child, if I heard anyone...
Are you talking about Kai Cenat? No, I Show Speed is not Kai Cenat.
Pro-Palestinian saying, yes, we should go and massacre a Zionist child.
But dude, I'm convinced Kai Cenat is literally a clone of Diddy. Kai Cenat do be kind of, I don't know if he's grooming, you know, Twitch stars in the same way Diddy be grooming, but maybe, I don't know, possibly. 16-minute 9/11 warning. Yeah, I'd be sipping on that booch. I'm about to get spicy. Yeah, and dude, he lived right next door to Diddy too. Isn't that weird? I wouldn't be surprised for a second if we found out that Kai Cenat is a literal clone of Diddy. We got to get hair samples from both. Let's do it.
I'll say, you are out of your mind. What the hell are you talking about? They're not our teachers. But you can see clearly with Mr. Beast, yeah, he's moving like a beast. Yes? What is a beast? A beast, look, you need to understand. A beast, an animal, does what it needs to, its instincts. Yes, that's what it moves. You can see, let me tell you something, wallahi, if an animal understood our language, I believe an animal may have had a different reaction. Sometimes you see lions who catch a baby deer and they just pat it. They don't harm it. Like, you can see there's instinct. You can't blame the lion for eating it, but it doesn't even do that. It sometimes just pets it and knows that it's innocent and knows that it's vulnerable and knows that it can't do anything. You've got someone who's Mr. Beast. You are a beast. I'm going to call you are a beast, not in that good sense, in a negative sense. Yes, because you showed no emotions. You didn't even react. Yes, and here's
Guys, everyone's wondering what the mark of the beast is. It's Jimler Beast. Duh. It's little Jimler. Of course it is.
Clip of apparently his apology, which is absolutely, we found that is fake. Here's apparently what he said. I don't know even why this guy made this up.
Mr. Beast finally says free Palestine, and he's going to help the people in.
I owe you all an apology. During my recent charity stream when Free Palestine was said, I stayed silent out of fear of losing sponsors. That silence was wrong. Helping people should never come with conditions, and human lives are more important than any brand deal. I want to be clear. I do stand with Palestine. Innocent people are suffering, and they deserve the same compassion and support I've shown to Israel through other causes. Moving forward, I'll be using my platform not only to raise money for charity, but also to highlight organizations providing direct aid in
Gaza. Check it out.
Gaza
I
and
owe you all
Palestine.
an apology. During my recent charity stream when Free Palestine was said, I stayed silent out of the fear of losing sponsors. He's talking about when XQC said Free Palestine and then stared at Mr. Beast. XQC knew Mr. Beast wasn't going to say anything, but check this out. That silence was strong, helping people.
Yeah, the mark of the beast is being on Mr. Beast's sub list.
Should never come with
yeah, dude, Mr. Bean's got a fucking SS bolt in his logo. Literally. He's never beaten the allegations. He is literally Jimler Beast. Look at that shit, bro. That's a fucking SS logo. Stop. Turn on its side. Mr. Beast? Does that sound good? No.
Conditions, facts, and human lives are more important than any brand deal. I want to be clear, I do stand with Palestine. Innocent people are suffering and they deserve the same compassion and support I've shown through other causes. Moving forward, I will be using my platform not only to raise money for charity, but also to highlight organizations providing direct aid in Gaza and Palestine. I messed up by not speaking when it mattered most. I won't make that mistake again. Wow, Mr. Beast.
Did you guys hear that? That wasn't a very good one.
Actually saved his entire career. Everybody thought he was just like, you know, just the guy who wouldn't say anything.
Dude, all these fucking influencer Twitch streamers too are so fucking greasy, bro. They be greasy. Their vibes are all off. Very greased up. Hogalicious.
Anything about this.
Yeah, a lot of people can feel how dark Mr. Beans is. That's why everyone's like, yeah, he doesn't have a soul.
He's actually helping now. What do y'all think?
Well, we think that's a big fat lie. It's bullcrap. He never said that. We haven't seen anything. If he's tweeted it, he's deleted it. And there's no way he's going to say that. There is no way he's going to say that. And let me tell you something, guys. If he does come out and say something, it's because he is afraid to lose business again, which is you guys. So, subhanAllah, what I'm going to say is, I mean, if you want to carry on watching this shameless man who showed not an atom of emotion to millions, thousands of people who've been massacred, starving, and he's the one who wants to go and help other people, you can see it is nothing but fake. So that's all I wanted to say, brothers and sisters, inshallah. And share this far and wide, inshallah. Muslims, boycott this man.
Yeah, Mr. Teal definitely had his last boyfriend thrown off a balcony by the CIA.
This man should be ashamed of himself. He cares about nothing but money. That's his slave. That's his God. That's what he worships. He doesn't care about human life. It depends what kind of benefits he takes out of it.
Sorry.
And that's what his intentions are. So that's the reason why when we look at these people, we think, oh yeah, they're helpful. They're not, man. They're not. Genuinely, deep down, they're not. Why? Because he makes money, giving out cars and this, that. He's doing it for the views because that channels him to do more stuff. So you can see how fake it is, the intentions. That's why in Islam, intentions are very important. Every action is based on an intention. Mr. Beast, shame on you, and Palestine will be free, inshallah. It is the end.
Laura, you think Peter Thiel wants to be Elon Jr.? I think Peter Thiel is the shadow Elon. He's like the real Elon. He's what Elon wants to be. Peter Thiel is like the stand-in for the CIA. He's behind the fucking Thiel Foundation, you know? Facebook, fucking he's funded everything. He has a piece of everything for the CIA. What up, Juanita?
The beginning of the end of Israel, and I hope we live to see, because the whole entire world hate them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Alright. Do we want to learn about Manly P. Hall and the darkness of secret societies, or something about the many worlds theory? Or here, wait, let's watch this first. This is 10 minutes. A multi-dimensional entity in hyperspace is processing you. Let's see what this is about. Epilepsy warning.
What if what you consider to
What up,
be
Noel?
you is actually a lower dimensional slice of a strange entity that's passing through hyperspace? And this strange entity is actually what we are referring to when we talk about the unconscious.
8-minute warning.
And it serves as a kind of interdimensional mothership from which we were sent out like scouts to explore 4D space-time. Yes, I promise I took my meds today. All jokes aside, I think a good chunk of people who are drawn to this channel already understand that we occupy 4D space-time. But beyond the fact that we can all state it as a factoid and perhaps even explain some of the physics behind it, no one talks about what that actually means for us. People have made models of what it would look like to us for a 4D object to pass through 3D space. And when you look at how these objects move through dimensions, they grow, then shrink as the center of the geometric form passes through the cross-section. One thing I found odd about these demonstrations is that no one ever connected the dots on what this says about us. The math is cool, but we aren't math, at least not this particular kind of math. So what
I like this guy's voice.
does this all say about us? What we see in these models is the story of our lives.
Alright, H, I kind of wanted to watch the Manly P. Hall video too.
The models mirror the story of our lives. It mirrors story in general. And our lives are indeed a story. I've talked about this in previous videos. I won't go into too many details here, but if you've been tracking my philosophy, you already know there is rising action, climax, and resolution. We grow, peak, and fade away. It just doesn't look as clean and smooth as a geometric model because, as I mentioned, we aren't math. We aren't clean and smooth. We are way spookier than that. We are passing through a temporal dimension where the only entry point is a birth canal and the only exit is a casket. And our bodies slide across this dimension.
Fuck a casket, dude. I want to be put in the fucking ground under a tree. Wrap me in a cloth. I want to go back to the fucking mycelium, bro. Do not let me go into a metal box. And don't burn me either. I don't want my shit to get deleted. Don't delete my hard drive. Put me in a fucking under a tree, please. And I don't want to go in one of those fucking mushroom boxes either. I want to go in the fucking ground. Guy. When I die in 300 years.
Fabric from one point to another.
Yeah, no fucking cremation, no caskets. Fuck that shit.
I'm tripping
Dude,
myself.
I bet it's literally fucking illegal to be buried in the... You want to know how this is probably the way to go? Is because I bet it's fucking illegal to be put in the ground without a casket. Bet. Yeah, I want to be deep in the ground.
Out,
I want to get vibrated back into Mama Gaia.
thinking about it. Astronauts need a spacesuit to navigate outer space, right? But
Yeah, put a redwood sapling in my chest and wrap me in a fucking blanket for real. That's cool. It is illegal to be buried without embalming and no casket. You're right. What a literal nightmare we live in, bro. Dude, these companies can fucking literally poison every river in the world, but your natural body cannot go naturally back into the fucking natural ground the way that it was intended to. Dude, what a dystopia.
we are like these weird trans-dimensional psychonauts, and our bodies are our meat suit, which we use to navigate 3D space. Our bodies are, in essence, time machines. I've talked about this before, and it is a recurring theme of my philosophy. Everything on your body is dancing the dance of time. It is tick-tocking, going in and out, up and down, oscillating in all kinds of ways that still puzzle us to this day. This is the modus operandi of this temporal dimension. This is how everything works here. And since time immemorial, we've been trying to figure out why we're here. And sometimes when people go digging into this, they contact or are contacted by something.
3-minute
this
warning.
thing that we call today the unconscious. Whenever someone starts to make claims about the quote-unquote bigger picture,
Yeah, getting the body, it would be hard to get the body from the funeral home who wants to sell your organs to fucking cannibals.
this is normally what it's attributed to, the unconscious, whether this be mystical insight, some kind of theomania, even many scientific breakthroughs. The problem with this is when we use the word unconscious, we associate it with psychology. We restrict it to the aesthetic of corncob pipe smoking, tweed jacket wearing, academic intellectualism, or even that dreaded word of pseudo-intellectualism. You know, this thing that I'm doing right now, I'm a pseudo-intellectual, whatever that means. But we really have convinced...
You don't have to be embalmed, but then you have to have a funeral within 3 days of your death. Okay, that makes sense.
ourselves that we have an idea on what the unconscious actually is, and I call bullcrap. I think what we are dealing with here is far out. Ultimately, I believe it is an incomprehensible entity in hyperspace somewhere, and we are a lower dimensional slice of it. It is an interdimensional home base or mothership that we actually originate from. I think most people are familiar with the traditional Freudian iceberg of consciousness, where we are the part of the iceberg that extends above the water.
1 minute warning.
Well, it's something like that, in the sense that we are connected to something deeply mysterious underneath the veil of appearances. However, I think a
if you're doing a dab, time to start firing up that nail for 9/11 remembrance.
better analogy is that we are like these fingers or these little dendritic nerve receptors that
babies were buried in little styrofoam boxes. What the fuck? Anything but just letting us go back in the frickin' ground, right?
report back trans-dimensional information. This is what I think emotions may actually be. And when I say emotions, I don't just mean archetypal emotions like hate or jealousy, but feeling itself, what's called qualia, or simply put, consciousness. It's been largely touted by neuroscience that this thing you call you is actually an illusion of convenience.
Happy
and I
9/11,
say that
boys. Never forget. Amen. Stay blessed.
They're right.
Spark 'em up.
That's what many religions have been saying for thousands of years. But the real kicker is, what is it a convenience for? The science says it's convenient for our brain, that somehow the brain is pretending to be conscious. Our brain is supposedly the autonomous head honcho who is running the show. And I personally think that that's a
911. Never forget, boys. 911. Let's go. USA. USA.
A bit silly. I think most people inherently find it to be silly. That's why it has so much pushback. Our brain is an organ, a very complex one, but an organ nonetheless. At its core, it's a place where special kinds of phenomena occur.
Antenna shit.
You know, some people say that the brain is like an antenna or transceiver for non-local quantum information or something like that. I really don't rule anything out. I haven't been convinced that. We know enough to rule things out because the more that we learn, the stranger the situation becomes. I mean, we live in the information age.
RJ, yeah, we celebrate 9/11. We can never forget. Mind is your first brain? Disagree. Gut, right?
For crying out loud. You used to have to be a king in order to get the kinds of counsel that we have today. If you think I'm just some random person talking online after this video, you can go and watch the smartest people in the world give you their take on this, and nobody knows what's really going on. But there are people who are so arrogant that rather than admitting we don't really know.
Yeah, gut is first brain.
The point of all of this, they try and convince everyone else that there is no point entirely, but I'm beginning to digress. Whatever this special phenomenon taking place within our brains is, it is obviously some kind of weird trans-dimensional situation. It's no coincidence that interfacing with the unconscious requires you to somehow limit your participation in time in this temporal dimension, whether this is via dreaming, meditation, or even psychedelics. And those who know that the closer you get to it, the more that this concept of time goes from having a period at the end of it to a question mark. It's because the thing that you are contacting isn't in time with you. It's non-local, whatever that means. The nth dimension, hyperspace, who knows? But to wrap this all up, this thing that...
Oh, you're talking about do-si-dos? Bro, you know what my shit was? Samoas. Ooh, I love them Samoa cookies. Why are we talking about cookies? Any cookie variant is my friend. Yeah, dude. Cookies for the win, right? Brownies, too.
You and I are experiencing called life is some kind of toy, like a spinning top or device. You passing through 4D space-time from the entry point of birth to the exit point of the grave is like the coolant in your...
Yeah, I feel like the gut is very trustable. I trust my gut a lot.
Car radiator system passing from one component to the next. We are in a system, a very trippy system. This thing that we are experiencing has something to do with chemistry. Somehow, chemistry never really stops happening.
Chill.
I guess this is the whole deal with alchemy, tying it all back into the unconscious, with Carl Jung stating that the alchemists were actually doing a form of psychotherapy. We are undergoing a strange alchemical transformation that deals with traveling through dimensions, you see, and we are in the 4D section of the multi-dimensional machine. And if anything that I've stated has even a kernel of truth in it, then that implies that what we believe is death is actually something closer to a transition of phase. It is some kind of changing of locations, which is what we've been stating for a long time.
What do you psych yourself up for a parasite cleanse? What all does that entail? What, does it make you sick or something? I'm convinced that I sweat. I don't have any because I sweat them all out.
Time. And people normally try to shoo this away by using all kinds of psychological gargle-de-gook by claiming that the human being is just trying to cope with its inevitable end, so it makes up these fantasies. But I think that this realization has impacted my view on birth more than anything. If dying is the exit, then birth is the entry, and that has all kinds of implications. I think that birth is something that is more far out and trippy than what we give it credit for, but that might have to be its own video entirely, so I'll leave things here. Please do all of the YouTube stuff, like the video, comment, and subscribe. I am really interested in seeing what you guys think about this. And until next time, y'all have a blessed day.
You too, bro. All right. Let's watch this Manly P. Hall shit. I'm gonna go 10-1 real quick.
In 1928, Manly P. Hall published a book that made occultism mainstream. The Secret Teachings of All Ages put esoteric knowledge on the map. And inside the book, he covers literally everything, from Atlantis to solar deities like Jesus as a sun god, to ancient Egyptian pyramid power and the mystical geometry that went into creating it, to esoteric Kundalini energy. Manly P. Hall is the librarian of modern occultism. But the real story of his life goes even deeper. Surrounded by Hollywood elites, bankrolled by mysterious millionaires, and told secrets about esoteric powers that could change the world. This is the story about a man who may have known too much and wrote all of it down in numerous books that he published throughout the decades. He spent years exposing secret agendas and how the world really works, but by the end of his life, he actually would lose everything to a secret agenda that he never could have seen coming. This is a story of Manly P. Hall. So sit back, relax, and welcome to camp. What's up, people, and welcome back to camp. My name is Mark Gagnon, and thank you for joining me in my tent, where every single week we explore the most interesting, fascinating, controversial topics from around the world, from all times, from all ages. And oh boy, today we're diving into a deep one. But before, let's talk about my good friend Christos. He's joining me every single week on the ones and twos, making sure I look beautiful. Christos, how are you?
Oh, I got so much to say, Mark.
And what's that?
That I love my job, and I'll shut up now.
You thought I was going to tell you to stop it. Well, hey, not today, pal. You know what? I thought you were really going to have something for the people. And this is why I always tell you to just jam it, you know, because every time I say, you know what, Christos, here's your moment, you always blow it. All this yapping.
Sorry, I blew it.
Guys, we were talking about a fascinating man, perhaps the father of esoteric mysticism in America as we know it today. It is a man by the name of Manly P. Hall. Now, I've been fascinated by this dude for a while. I even have the coffee table book of Manly P. Hall. I got this years ago, and I was like, dude, this thing is so sick. It's the Secret Teachings of All Ages. I mean, it is an opus if you were interested in Western occultism, and he goes through everything. I mean, from everything you can imagine that could be packed into a book about occultism. And this guy was doing it back in the early 1900s. And then a friend of mine was like, dude, you should do an episode on Manly P. Hall. This guy's pretty crazy. I'm like, oh, is he ever? Check out the book. I mean, this is way too big of a book to read. Imagine just curling up on an airplane trying to read that. You'll piss off everyone in 45D and B. Almost broke the tent. Anyway, let's jump in, all right? Who is Manly P. Hall, and why is he so important to our understanding of American occultism? So, 1901, Peterborough, Ontario, a dentist named William Hall hooks up with a chiropractor named Louise Palmer, and they have a baby. And then William Hall vanishes. Louise then gives birth to a child and names him Manly Palmer Hall, which, for the record, awesome name. We're saying it like, oh yeah, Manly P. Hall, that was his name. Manly is a crazy first name that I don't think we give enough credit to. That's an awesome name that I think needs to come back. So this guy, Manly P. Hall, is born, and Louise is already, neck deep in Rosicrucian philosophy. She's reading about ancient wisdom and mystical transformation while practicing, chiropractic medicine in a small Canadian town. But by the time Manly turns 2, Louise decides that she's done with motherhood and leaves to chase the Alaskan gold rush. So she dumps young Manly with his maternal grandmother, who he calls my esteemed grandmother. And by the age of 6, he's already bored with first grade and apparently already reading Victor Hugo when he was at home. I mean, the kid is clearly smart, but he's smart and, he's got no money. He's living in a pretty bad situation. So in 1919, when Hall is 18 years old, he and his grandmother moved from Canada to Los Angeles to reunite with his mother, who was living in Santa Monica at the time. But almost immediately after arriving, he got pulled into mysticism and esoteric philosophy. He starts attending lectures, meeting the right people, absorbing knowledge, like he'd been studying this his entire life. And by 1920, barely a year after arriving, he's giving his own lectures on reincarnation. Now, again, by 1920, obviously reincarnation is very popular in the East. It's very popular in Buddhist and Hindu philosophy. And so for this guy to be talking about it in Santa Monica,
because it's probably real,
is pretty strange for the time period, okay? Most people spend years studying before they feel confident enough to teach, but Hall went from small-town nobody kid to metaphysical lecturer in basically 12 months at just 20 years old. Either he was an absolute genius who absorbed decades worth of knowledge instantly, or he had a mentor or a teacher teaching him behind the scenes. The Church of the People in downtown Los Angeles took him in as their preacher, which is where he started really showing people what he knew about spiritualism and mysticism and esoteric philosophy. But here's where things get strange. Around this time, 2 wealthy women named Caroline Lloyd and her daughter Estelle started sending Hall money. Not small donations, like a little $100 here and there. This was significant chunks of their income. The Lloyd family owned oil fields in Ventura County, so they had serious cash to throw around. But they weren't known for supporting young scholars or writers. They weren't...
Ew, you saw worms and stuff? Yuck.
General philanthropists. Their focus was laser targeted on Hall specifically for some reason. When Caroline Lloyd died in 1946, she didn't just leave Hall a nice little remembrance gift. She left him a house, $15,000 in cash, and an annual percentage of her family's oil field shares.
What do you mean they come out everywhere? Everywhere what? Yeah, where the fuck else do they come out of? What are you talking about? Ray? What a nightmare. Dude, these parasites gotta go. All of them. Every kind. I'm done with them.
Worth about $10,000 a year for the next 38 years. That's roughly $150,000.
Everywhere, the ends of you? What the fuck? They come out your places? Jesus, stop. Ugh. Ugh. No, I'm not going to hear it. Cat Dad, I'm sorry to say you're full of worms. No, I'm not. You, maybe. Not me. No, I don't have fucking worms. Sweating doesn't kill them. It's time to get the poop out of the turbines. No. I'd rather die than see proof that there's worms inside of me anyway. What a nightmare. Is this a dinner party conversation, Ray? Yeah, Ray. Ray's like, yo, you guys want to talk about parasite cleanse and 9/11? Stop. I don't want to hear it. I'm disregarding. I create my own reality.
In today's money, just in shares. But the financial backing was just one piece of this big puzzle. Hall's personal connections started.
They post pics of worms in the toilet bowl. Stop saying it. Stop saying it. Stop saying it. Everyone stop saying it. I saw one once when you were asleep. You stop.
Forming almost immediately after he arrived in LA, and these weren't the kind of connections that like a poor kid from Canada would typically make. So enter Max Hendel. He founded the Rosicrucian Fellowship in 1909, establishing it as one of America's most important occult organizations before his death in 1919. And his widow took Hall under her wing, basically in the early 1920s. And this wasn't just like casual mentorship. She started giving him training in esoteric traditions that usually took people decades to understand. I mean, stuff like ceremonial magic and like hermetic philosophy. And
yeah, they can just keep living in there. I don't care. I don't want to know. You wash them off, then you take pictures. Oh my God. How do you know what scale it is then if you don't have the Duke with it? Even if not worms, we build up toxins in our bodies. What? And the same shit that you take to get rid of the worms gets rid of the toxins? One of my friends, actually, I think two of the old friends that interventioned me, they used to send pictures of to each other of their poops, and a bunch of their other friends. I bet it was just the Fed chat.
Alchemical symbolism, like crazy stuff.
Sammy's got worms in his brains. What do you mean? I'm not the worm. I'm not the worm distributor. That's the cats. They have worms literally inside of their brains. That's what's controlling them.
The like serious practitioners of like the occult spend like a lifetime studying. He just got a direct line from the wife of the man who started basically the Rosicrucian membership in this area.
Yeah, see, Jen said it's Sammy. Sammy's got the worms in his brains.
So through her, Hall
You send pics of it to your ex? Ew.
Connected to an entire network of practitioners and scholars, and by his early 20s, he's rubbing shoulders with like the biggest names in the business of the occult, including Harry Houdini. Yes, that Harry Houdini. This one right here on the wall. The escape artist was deeply involved in investigating spiritualism and the occult phenomena all the way through the 20s, and spent years exposing fake mediums and fraudulent psychics while maintaining a genuine interest in like authentic esoteric practices. Houdini had zero patience for people that he thought was just wasting his time, or con artists or charlatans. And the fact that he gave Hall any attention kind of suggests that he was demonstrating some at least knowledge or potentially even abilities. And then, of course, you have Aleister Crowley. Now, if you know anything about 20th century occultism, you know Crowley, right? We did a whole
You guys are disgusting.
episode on him. You should check it out.
And
the press loved to call Crowley the wickedest man in the world, but that was a lot of tabloid stuff, right? That was the media that didn't really understand him, and Crowley obviously played into it a little bit. But what matters here is his incredibly high standards. Crowley, again, is another person that doesn't waste time on people that he thinks are dumb or intellectually inept or spiritually shallow, and the fact that he interacted with Hall kind of...
And if you bite your nails, for sure you have worms. Fuck off, dude. All of you. Yeah, dude. Ray just derailed everything. I have no idea what this video is about. Ugh. I don't want to hear the toxoplasmosa either. I don't want to hear any of this. Stop. Just quit. We have so many other battles to fight, okay? I don't need to see worms. I fucking don't like worms. And I don't have any. God.
Shows something significant about how seriously Hall was taken at the time. Now, this is where things get a little weird. Rumors have always floated around that both Houdini and Crowley had ties to intelligence work. Houdini was constantly traveling, making him the perfect cover for, gathering intel. And Crowley, He had this global occult sort of connection. He speaks different languages and didn't really seem to care who he worked with as long as it kind of served whatever his goals were. And though nothing's been proven definitively, intelligence historians have found some circumstantial evidence to keep a lot of these theories alive. And even if there's a grain of truth to them, Hall's early connection put him smack in the middle of something a lot bigger than, just books and...
Yeah, I heard that. Hitler found the Spear of Destiny. He knew Crowley? I didn't know that. I am dropping literally any factoid to divert from worm talk. Yeah, I'm literally, I can't see any more worm comments. Any more speaking of worms, I don't see it. He was obsessed with the spear and the blood on it.
Mystical rituals. Some believe Hall wasn't just a rising star. He was being watched, potentially even backed by intelligence agencies. The idea is that someone saw his potential to sway people searching for something beyond the traditional religion. He gave them a little help kind of getting there. And of course, there's no hard proof, but a lot of historians will write this off as conspiracy talk. But when you factor in how fast he rises and the money from these wealthy oil benefactors for kind of no reason and the rare books and, the ties to the people that potentially worked in Intel, it's a theory that doesn't just go away. And the timing only adds to fuel the claims, right? Hall blows up.
All right, fine. How do you do it? I don't care. Tell me later. We broke the ice tonight, okay? I don't want to hear it. We'll talk about it later. No, it's fine. You guys can say whatever you want. I'm just being a baby.
Right as America is drifting from old school Christianity and diving into spiritual experimentation, right? The 1920s are full of this, just like a lot of chaos across the board, from political to religious identity. Everything is...
Ray, you put a clove of garlic up your... No. Come on. You're not doing butt chugging of garlic.
It's kind of up for...
How long does it make you sick for?
grabs. And here's Hall, this sharp, smart, well-funded, and somehow already fluent in sort of ancient systems of thought. And whether it was all luck or part of like a bigger plan, one thing is certain. Hall became the perfect middleman between ancient occult wisdom and the modern mind. The question that hangs in the air for many people that read his books are, how did he learn so much so quickly? So in 1923, something strange happens. Manly Hall, just 22 years old, publishes...
Boof the garlic, stop.
The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. And again, this is pre-Google, and a lot of people...
Wait, Raystar, are you for real? You do boof it? A whole clove? Y'all are fucking losing it. I'm just kidding. The worms are the Nancy Cucks of your meat suit, bro. Come on, this isn't a stretch. Don't drink the propaganda. No, I'm not. It's not the propaganda. It's so gross to me. I don't want to think about it. I would rather die from it and ignore it, okay? What a nightmare. What do you mean? All different kinds? What if they're in my brain? You'll taste garlic for days. I've ate a piece of garlic, but boof it. Damn, Ray. All right, fine. Thanks, Undone. Boof means to put in your butt. No! You got worm bed sheets? Oh my god. Probably like a real ass picture of a tapeworm.
Nowadays have heard about Freemasons, but at the time, it really was not as common as it is today. And there's no way you can just Google a YouTube video and learn about Freemasonry. You know, he does a full book, a deep dive into Masonic symbolism and philosophy that reads like it comes from an insider. But here's the kicker. Hall wasn't even a Freemason. He wouldn't join a Freemasonic lodge for another 30 years. So that raised a lot of eyebrows. The book didn't just, skim the surface.
I thought there'd be more pictures, honestly, during this.
He wasn't just regurgitating public info or like summarizing rituals. He was making big claims that Masonry wasn't a social club or like a charity group, like kind of what was put on at the surface, but it was a full-on spiritual science, almost like a religion that was built to reshape.
It's 100x magnification of a tapeworm. Stop. You guys are all going to jail. You're going to worm jail.
The soul through hidden truths and a very, very robust initiation ritual. He wrote stuff like, unseen powers shape the destiny of those who take Masonic oaths. And he described the square and compass as codes for these universal spiritual laws. He has a famous quote, "The true lodge is the universe itself." And he makes it clear that he saw the entire system as this sort of symbolic spiritual roadmap to understanding reality. And Masons didn't really know what to make of it. Some were impressed, others were kind of uncomfortable. How does this guy know so much? Why is he revealing so many things that he shouldn't be? But that didn't slow Hall down at all. In 1926, he wrote about caduceus, a winged staff with two snakes, and he tied it to Eastern mysticism. He claimed that the staff represented the spine and that the snakes symbolized the dual energy channels from yoga, the Ida and the Pingala. Basically, he was saying Freemasonry and Hinduism were just describing the same inner transformation, just kind of in different symbols and different languages. So, by 1932, Hall pushed this idea even further with the book Man, the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries. In it, he unpacked spiritual androgyny, basically arguing that ancient mystery schools used the idea of the hermaphrodite, not literally, but as a symbol of inner balance between masculine and feminine energy. And obviously, a hermaphrodite, for anyone that doesn't know, is someone that might be born with ambiguous genitalia, someone that perhaps has, both male and female. Sometimes we call them intersex, but someone that would have, like basically masculine and feminine. And this shows up a lot through ancient literature. And he's saying this is not literal, that this is actually a symbol, something that's deeper, more mystical. And he points to the Genesis story and Plato and various other stories in history that describe a unified original human split into two halves. Hall claimed that the original human, the first man in Genesis, Adam, was actually created as a kind of male-female being. Because according to him, the split into separate sexes didn't happen until Eve was taken from Adam. That, Adam is made from the dirt and Eve is taken from the rib of Adam. And in order to create feminine from Adam, he must have had feminine and masculine within him the entire time. He saw similar themes in ancient myths and even referenced scientific work like Ernst Haeckel's The Evolution of Man to argue that early life forms were also hermaphroditic. And for Hall, this wasn't just a theory. He believed spiritual androgyny was the goal, to reunite the opposites and return to this divine state of wholeness. It even sparked conspiracy rumors that Hall himself was a hermaphrodite, and there is no proof of that necessarily, but the idea stuck around. Then in 1928, Hall publishes his magnum opus, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. That's the book I was just showing you right there. He was just 27 years old at the time, and the book was massive. 700 pages covering everything from Egyptian temples to Masonic allegories, from Pythagoras' theorem to shamanic rituals. Literally everything you could ever imagine about occultism is in that book. And if people believed it had spiritual value, Hall basically put it in there. And the crazy part, he didn't write it like some stuck-up scholar. He explained everything in very clear, plain English and made a lot of these really complicated, esoteric ideas make a lot of sense. And while a lot of these sort of mystical occult books were designed to kind of confuse outsiders, Hall made it feel like you were just kind of having a smart conversation with someone who actually knew what they were talking about. And his main point was just this. All those symbols, the myths, the rituals across time, they're not random. They were pieces of this single global tradition that all these disparate groups from different times and different ages and different countries were all tapping into the same thing. They were all describing the same thing, what he calls the secret doctrine. And if you could crack the code, you would start to see the deeper truths behind human consciousness and the universe itself. So one example that he gives is the Hiramic legend of Freemasonry. And we actually talked about this legend in a different episode about secret societies. But if you don't know, in the myth, Hiram Abiff is the master builder of Solomon's temple. And he gets murdered by 3 thugs trying to steal the secret words of the Master Mason. And, you know, for Hall, he doesn't just retell the story, he like unpacks it kind of word by word. Firstly, he spells Hiram with a C, like Hiram. Some occultists believe that the CH sound symbolizes life force or fire or divine energy. It also relates to chi, you know, the root word of Christos, which, you know, in and of itself is like Christ, right? Has a religious connection, but also a Gnostic one. So you have chi, Christos.
Wait a second. What is this fucking black and white flag behind him? What is that? What did we stumble on here, brother?
Hiram, he says these things are all connected. And to him, Hiram represents my father, the universal spirit, in one essence, three in aspect. Basically the classic, you know, dying god story, right? Like Osiris or Christ, Dionysus, all kind of rolled into one thing. I mean, the guy basically turns like a Masonic legend into this cosmic allegory, much bigger than, you know, any Freemason might assume.
What's up, guys? We're gonna take a break really quick because you own a small business, or maybe you work for a small business, and I am about to make your life so much easier. Let's say all in like the 70s. But Odoo is going to make your life so much easier. Everything you need, all in one place. Save time, make more money. Now let's get back to the show.
And then, of course, there's Atlantis. Again, this guy's going through everything. You're thinking Atlantis, you're like, oh, this must have popped up in like the 70s. No. Hall didn't ignore it like a lot of other writers. He didn't call it a myth or a thought experiment by Plato. He treated Atlantis like it was a real place. He describes, you know, advanced tech and mystical wisdom and its destruction. Hall believed Atlantis wasn't some ancient city that sank, but it was the cradle of all esoteric wisdom. So according to him, the Atlanteans were deeply advanced in not only science, but also spiritual knowledge. And they understood the laws of nature and energy and geometry and consciousness on a level far beyond our modern understanding. He described them as a civilization ruled by priest kings who combined political power with mystical knowledge. But he also said that their fall was the result of spiritual corruption, not a physical destruction or a war. As the Atlanteans became more obsessed with power and materialism and ego, they drifted away from the spiritual path. And this decay, according to Hall, triggered a massive cataclysm that wiped out the entire civilization.
Oh, those fucks with Manly be all then.
But here's the thing. Hall believed that after Atlantis had fallen, a few enlightened survivors actually escaped, and they carried the core teachings of their civilization with them. And these survivors went to Egypt and South America and Asia, where they planted the seeds of what would become the mystery schools and this ancient spiritual system. And Hall described these survivors as a hidden brotherhood of these enlightened beings, some possibly immortal, others just extraordinarily long-lived, who throughout time have shown up under different names. The Egyptian initiates, the Atlantean priests, the Greek philosophers, medieval alchemists, all a part of the same ongoing mission to keep humanity from losing touch with this divine wisdom. And this is where most of the critics of the time, they kind of just tapped out. They called it fantasy. They said, you know, this is a sci-fi book. This is not history. But Hall, he never blinked. He laid it out with the same tone that he used for everything else, which made it more convincing to some and a little more suspicious to others. And the book went crazy. He published it, and this thing just went nuts. Everyday readers loved how accessible it was, and occultists saw it as like a legit reference book. And some scholars and academics were mixed. Some respected the research because he was talking about, you know, some legit Eastern philosophies and like the principles of what they believed, while others rolled their eyes at obviously the wilder claims like Atlantis. And there were some issues in the book as well, of course. There's, you know, a couple of outdated theories that don't really hold up. There's obviously some racist undertones, and even some claims like, you know, Francis Bacon wrote Shakespeare. He was a guy that was talking about that, especially in the day, which if you don't know is basically this idea that, you know, Shakespeare was just like the front man for this, you know, group of Rosicrucians that are secretly trying to imbue wisdom into the society. And, you know, Francis Bacon was the name of one person or maybe many people that basically wrote all of Shakespeare's plays for him. Is it true? Who knows? It's a conspiracy theory from back in the day that Manly P. Hall was all over. But the big red flag for many was this. Hall was writing in detail about groups he'd never officially joined. Right, he was a Freemason, but not until 1954, and he claimed Rosicrucian ties, but didn't get formal recognition for years. So where is he getting all this information from? Was he just pulling from obscure books that no one else was reading? Did someone inside these groups like feed it to him? Was he just kind of built different and able to piece together these meanings from these symbols that a lot of people didn't notice? And that mystery would follow him for the rest of his life. But in 1928, none of that mattered. The secret teachings of all ages put Hall on the map for good, and nothing about his story is really normal. So the success of his book changes everything practically overnight. He went from this, young philosopher to this wealthy, self-made occult celebrity that made crazy money off these real books, enough to fund the kind of lifestyle that most esoteric writers could only dream of. But instead of blowing it on luxury, Hall actually doubled down. He used the cash to start collecting very rare books and artifacts that he'd been writing about. And he wasn't just browsing local shops. He was hitting Sotheby's auctions and, grabbing these like alchemical manuscripts and old grimoires and one-of-a-kind pieces of occult history. And by the 1930s, his collection was already becoming one of the most serious private libraries of mystical texts in the world. His trips to London were specifically fruitful. The Great Depression had hit Europe very hard, and tons of private collectors were being forced to basically sell off entire family libraries, and Hall had both the money and the eye to spot real treasure, and he bought them cheap, while a lot of other people overlooked them. So by the 1930s, his shelves were stacked with original works from Paracelsus and Agrippa and John Dee. He even owned alchemical texts from people who claimed they'd actually pulled off transmutation. There were books in his collection that straight up didn't exist anywhere else in the world, just proper one-of-ones. But he didn't keep it all locked away. Hall opened his library to scholars and researchers and serious students. If you had a real reason to be there, he would honestly give a lot of people access. And this obsession with preserving knowledge, specifically occult knowledge, led to something much bigger. In 1934, Hall founded the Philosophical Research Society in Los Angeles. Not just a hobby project, this was a full institution with its own building, a staff, a clear mission, and the mission was basically teach people the deeper meaning behind philosophy, religion, and ancient wisdom. The Philosophical Research Society, or as they called it, PRS, offered lectures, classes, and a legit research center. They were basically doing everything that, a university would do. And it wasn't just some new age club in someone's garage, it was legit. And he didn't slow down at all. He kept cranking out books and lectures and articles. But by this point, something had kind of shifted. The raw, world-shifting energy of secret teachings gave way to more structured, less groundbreaking material. He was still prolific, but it felt more like he was expanding on old ideas than revealing anything new. And that shift lined up with a major move he made in 1954 when he finally joined a Masonic lodge. And this caused a massive stir. Some Masons welcomed him with open arms. After all, he'd done more to explain and preserve Masonic symbolism more than most members ever could, right? I mean, this is a guy that's passionate about this kind of work. He knew everything. He knew more than most of them by the time he joined. But others weren't as thrilled. To them, Hall had spent decades writing about things that were never supposed to be talked about, never supposed to be published, and now he wanted to get in. Even weirder, once he joined, Hall flew through the ranks. Most people spend years moving up and they try to rise the ranks of Freemasonry, but Hall got the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, the top honor, faster than anyone. His supporters said, yeah, it made sense. He basically lived the life of a Mason for 30 years already. But his critics called it favoritism and that the guy clearly had access to secret info long before he ever joined. Same with the Rosicrucians. Hall had been wearing their symbols and referencing their teachings since the 1920s. Remember, his mom was also connected to the Rosicrucians, so it was pretty normal for him. But formal recognition came much later. And again, when it did, he shot up the ranks. So either Hall was just brilliant or his early claims.
You don't have to apologize, Ray.
Of sort of accessing hidden wisdom weren't so far-fetched. Whatever the case, this marked the beginning of a new chapter for him. Hall wasn't just the outsider anymore. He had
I'm just being a baby because it's gross.
Credentials, the reputation, and the insider status to match. But Hall had a few other wild ideas. He believed the United States wasn't just some...
But I'm in it to win it, so whatever it takes, I guess.
Political experiment, but that it was the result of centuries-long conspiracy put forth by enlightened thinkers to build the ideal nation. And this isn't just your typical, shadowy group of elites take over the world conspiracy. Hall called it the Great Plan. According to him, it was a good conspiracy, one designed to create a country built on spiritual freedom and self-governance and higher principles. And he laid it all out in a 1944 book called The Secret Destiny of America.
Oh yeah, that's where I know his name from.
And later expanded on it in America's Assignment with Destiny. These weren't casual history books. Hall was dead serious about proving that America was the end game of some type of mystical, cosmic plan that had been in motion for thousands of years. Yes. He claimed it all started with ancient philosophers like Akhenaten in Egypt, who pushed monotheism and sun worship, and Plato, who dreamed up the perfect government in his work, The Republic. Hall actually linked them to medieval Islamic scholars and Renaissance thinkers and early European visionaries that he believed were all quietly working towards one singular goal, a future nation where spiritual and political freedom could thrive. The goal, according to Hall, took shape during the European age of exploration. He said people like Francis Bacon and Sir Walter Raleigh weren't just thinkers, they were agents of the plan. He thought that Bacon's book, New Atlantis, wasn't just philosophy, but it was a blueprint for America. But it gets even crazier, because Hall believed even Christopher Columbus was in on it. He claimed that Columbus was a secret operative connected to esoteric orders.
Oh, Manly P. Hall was fucking lit, dude. Oh, so a lot of this shit comes from Manly P. Hall?
tied to figures like Lorenzo de Medici and Da Vinci. And his journey, Hall says, wasn't about trade routes. It was about laying the groundwork for this new experiment. And then, of course, the founding fathers. Hall claimed that Washington, Franklin, and the rest weren't just brilliant politicians, but that they were a part of a secret society trying to fulfill this ancient vision.
Sounds
He
right,
pointed out their
dude.
Freemason ties, which are well documented, and he even pushed further, arguing that they were deeply influenced by Rosicrucians and other occult traditions. And one of Manly P. Hall's
And this dude was writing this shit in the early 1900s. I believe this stuff.
favorite stories, and the one he references more than once, was about a mysterious, unnamed man who appeared during a crucial moment at the Continental Congress in 1776. According to
Dude, someone is throwing down in the kitchen right now.
the legend, as tensions ran high and the decision to break from Britain hung in the balance, this stranger stood up and delivered an otherworldly speech. His words reportedly electrified the room, swaying the hesitant delegates and pushed them towards signing the Declaration of Independence. And just as suddenly as he appeared, that same man vanished. No one knew who he was, and no one could identify him, even to this day. And to most people, it might sound like a patriotic myth or this dramatized footnote in history that didn't really matter. But to Hall, that wasn't just a coincidence. It was symbolic proof of something much deeper, that hidden forces were at work behind the scenes, guiding the birth of the United States. He believed that that mystery figure wasn't just some impassioned citizen, but perhaps an agent of a higher plan.
An actor. An operative. An agent. A Fed, one may say.
Maybe even a member of a secret order sent to ensure that the great experiment unfolded exactly as intended. In Hall's mind, it wasn't just history, it was destiny in a way. Like cosmically, like the forces of the universe were nudging this forward with invisible hands. And he even dove deep into the Great Seal of the United States. He claimed that the unfinished pyramid is a symbol of America as this evolving spiritual project, and that the all-seeing eye is a representation of divine guidance. And all the Latin phrases, including, e pluribus unum or novus ordo seclorum, weren't just fancy flourishes. To Hall, they were coded messages about America's destiny as a
Yeah, Albert Pike was a cuck.
beacon of this spiritual evolution. And because this is Manly P. Hall, he didn't stop there. He linked all of this to the Mayans, saying that their peaceful civilization had used similar principles that somehow influenced the U.S. Constitution. I mean, this guy was taking scattered historical fragments and weaving them into this massive narrative that spanned centuries and continents and people groups. And historians mostly dismiss this entire theory. A lot of it cannot be verified, and Hall definitely put meaning into things that,
Nah, dude, everything's fucking connected.
have not had any meaning at all. But what's interesting is that his
Yeah, I do have a little booch buzz for sure. Why not?
ideas actually made their way into American politics.
At this point, it's probably just, what's it called? The what effect? Start with a P. Placebo.
Presidents like Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman were reportedly influenced by Hall's writing, but the most interesting case is Ronald Reagan. Reagan was allegedly given a copy of The Secret Destiny of America during his political rise. And
It does make me feel fizzy for sure, though.
according to multiple sources, it really stuck with him. His speeches about America being a city on a hill and having a divine mission to spread freedom kind of sound a lot like Hall's talking points.
Yeah, it's my real initials, too.
And whether Reagan knew the esoteric roots of these ideas or he just got a cool book and liked how they sounded, he helped push Hall's vision into the mainstream and made it patriotic instead of a cult. Now, some people look at this and say, see, Hall was right. His vision of secret society shaping America wasn't just a theory. It made its way all the way to the White House. But others think that Reagan was just using feel-good language that happened to overlap with Hall's ideas, and maybe he had, some type of,
Well, it's funny because when you guys first started using CD for my initials, I was like, how the fuck? Because that's what, growing up, it's always like CD for everything. It's like, what the fuck? I was like, oh no, it's Cat Dad. I didn't even realize it until you guys started using the initials.
nostalgia, or you just happen to like the way that he wrote. Who knows? Either way, Hall's version of America as a nation with this mystical mission still resonates. For some people, it's a more exciting story than we just didn't want to pay British taxes. It taps into something much deeper for Americans, a sense that the country was meant to be something more. But the irony is that Hall spent his life writing about secret agendas and hidden hands steering society, but yet, in his later years, it started to look like maybe he was the one being manipulated. So by the 1970s, Manly Hall had become exactly what he spent his life studying, just a true mystery. He was respected and well-known and publishing books, but the deeper truth about who he was and what motivated him still was very unclear. The guy who had written for decades about secret knowledge and hidden forces was now surrounded by a lot of questions of his own. So in the 1950s, he got married to Marie Schweikert, but even that kind of raised eyebrows. She was much younger, had no background in the occult, and kind of kept a low profile. And most people figure Hall would stay single and completely devoted to his work. So the relationship left a lot of people guessing. And they never had kids, which Hall said was intentional. He didn't want to split focus between family and his research, but that only added fuel to the long-standing rumors about his sexuality and maybe he was a hermaphrodite. Who knows? As he got older, it kind of showed. His lectures became slower, a little bit more scripted, and his longtime followers started to notice that he was repeating older ideas once again instead of breaking new ground and pushing forward. But the real red flag was a younger man named Daniel Fritz. He joined the staff at the Philosophical Research Society in the 80s and quickly became Manly Hall's right-hand man. He had no serious background in philosophy or the occult, but somehow ended up controlling Hall's entire schedule, the personal decisions, and even parts of the organization itself. And people who had known Hall for decades said that he was never the same after Fritz had arrived. Friends, staff, students.
Fuck you, Fritz. Fritz. Sounds like a little German boy. Probably HW.
Gradually kind of pushed out or distanced from Hall's inner circle, which of course led to longstanding rumors about, Daniel and Manly P. Hall, and maybe they had a romantic relationship. But several people close to Hall believed that he was being just straight up manipulated or exploited. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I got to tell you a story. Imagine you're sitting in your house.
We don't believe in ads, sorry. This for a law firm? What the fuck? Blue Chew? What the fuck is this? Damn, bro, everybody be getting ads or sponsors. What the fuck?
$5 for shipping. Manage. It's like a cup of coffee. All right, $5 for shipping. You're gonna get free Blue Chew straight to your door. So upgrade your legacy.
We're pretty reliable.
Name ring out for eons. And let's get back to the show. By the mid-1980s, Fritz was effectively managing Hall's life. He even went as far as to rewrite Hall's will.
Yeah, I accidentally made my username my initials.
Which Fritz then used to get access to Hall's entire estate. And the timing was insane.
Manly P was into the ether for real? What are you saying? This guy's a Fed because he's got these sponsors? Yeah, for sure, right? That's how they keep the fucking money laundering scheme going.
Because just a few weeks later...
Oh, no, I mean Fritz. Sorry, not this poor guy. We like Camp Gagnon so far.
Hall passed away. Multiple sources close to Hall have stated that Fritz had essentially moved in and was acting as Hall's caregiver and gatekeeper and his
little guy
assistant and doing everything all at once. And in the months leading up to Hall's death, Fritz controlled who could see him, what messages got through, and even what Hall ate or did during the day. Former colleagues describe it as this deep isolation, like Hall was being cut off from everyone who had been a part of his life for decades. And the craziest part, Hall's body was found decomposing in a bedroom of his own house. But if Fritz was living there, how did he not notice that Hall was... Anyway, that's the detail that made a lot of people suspicious. People close to Hall felt that...
What the fuck?
Something wrong had happened, but no charges were ever filed, and the LAPD chalked it up to natural causes of an old guy. So after Hall's death in 1990, it came out that Fritz had been stealing from the PRS for years. He looted rare manuscripts and grimoires and priceless items.
That's literally what H.W. Bush did from Tesla.
From his personal collection. Fritz had taken some of the most important and irreplaceable materials Hall had spent decades collecting, and it forced everyone to ask the uncomfortable question, had the man who spent his life warning about manipulation and hidden agendas become a victim to one completely under his nose? Yeah. I mean, Hall left behind a massive legacy. His books, the PRS, one of the most impressive private libraries of esoteric materials in the entire world, but even that came with controversy. The Getty Research Institute stepped in and bought large portions of the collection.
Who now? Who bought it? The Gettys? Oh, brother. Fuck.
Saying that they could preserve it better than the PRS, while other pieces ended up with private collectors. But of course, some of Hall's followers saw that as a betrayal. They thought that the library should have stayed together as a monument to his work.
And The motherfucking occult ass Gettys should definitely not have their filthy fucking hands on it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, others thought, yeah, it makes some sense, right? Hall always said that knowledge should be shared, and getting those materials into stable institutions meant that more people could study them. Ironically, that push into the academic world gave Hall's work kind of some new attention. Scholars who might never have walked into the PRS, I mean, what is that place? Were now diving into his archives at Getty. His ideas were finally getting exposure from a more mainstream crowd, but not always in the ways that he would have wanted. Critics at this point started picking his books apart. I mean, Secret Teachings had errors and misquotes and theories that didn't really...
What critics? All the CIA, all the Harvard literary scholars, all the Harvard historians? Pass. Don't care about their opinion. Don't give a fuck about their opinion. Sorry.
Hold up. While some of his ideas were outdated, a few sections carried out a lot of casual racism and like weird biases of the time, but none of that seemed to slow him down at all in the eyes of, the people that loved him. Most readers today don't really care whether everything that Hall wrote was technically accurate. They cherry pick the ideas that hit the hardest about consciousness and symbols and lost wisdom and just kind of ignore the rest. And that selectivity has kept his influence alive, even if the academic world kind of rolls its eyes at some of his conclusions. So to understand Manly P. Hall and specifically, his work, not only the Secret Teachings of all ages, but kind of the totality of what he contributed to the occult space, there's a few major takeaways that I think are really helpful. One is that symbolism is important, and it exists in culture and religion, and it has always existed and will always exist. And I think you could say Hall was pretty right? It's like these symbols shape thought, and they change how we feel about things based off of what kind of symbols they carry. And he emphasizes that ancient symbols carry psychological and spiritual power, often transmitting ideas that transcend language. And a lot of scholars and psychologists, specifically like Jungians and people that follow...
Bro, Manly P. Hall's the shit. Okay, I gotta get some of his books.
The teachings of Carl Jung recognize that archetypes and symbols are crucial to understanding art and religion, even marketing, like the way you buy things, things like... for example, Hall says like symbols would act as like a...
Oh yeah, the black and white flag, I still... Unless this is like an upside down... I mean, he has a flag, period. You're right. But this is a good little vid on... Manly P. Hall sounds pretty fucking dope. I don't really care about this guy.
Bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind. And, Carl Jung and his supporters talk a lot about archetypes and this collective consciousness and, symbols that are, good and capitalistic, like the apple, the wisdom of the apple that sits on the back of our computers.
But that's all inverted, right?
Like that transmits an ancient symbol, like an ancient idea from the Garden of Eden to, Newton to, the modern era of us gaining wisdom from these machines that sit in our pockets. It's a pretty crazy, like literally you can think of like eating the apple, gaining wisdom. Newton, an apple falls on his head, develops thermodynamics. And now this thing that's in our pocket that's changing fundamentally how we interact with each other, all sort of crested with the same symbol of the apple. He says that this is not a mistake, that this is an intentional, spiritual, sort of divine theater that plays out through all
Bro, Manly P. Hall was saying this shit?
Time. That's Manly Hall's idea. He also talks about the decline of meaning without spiritual philosophy. And in a way, he's kind of right. Like this...
Bro, this guy's lit. Okay, fuck yeah. I do gotta get all of his books. He's like on the money.
Purely materialistic worldview kind of leads to this...
All you need is the Secret Teachings of all ages? Okay.
Emptiness. And he warns in a lot of his writings, specifically in the early 20th century, that if the West abandons spirituality and spiritualism, and specifically ancient wisdom, society would become technologically advanced, but morally bankrupt, which would lead to depression and cultural decay and social isolation. And in a way, I mean, it's kind of prophetic, right? Like today we have this massive mental health crisis that is sort of perpetuated by technology and social fragmentation that's created by, in many ways, the internet, and a loss of meaning in this hyper-materialistic world. And he even writes, man's greatest enemy is not ignorance, but the illusion of knowledge. Basically to say that the problem is not that we're informed, the problem is not that we're not informed, it's the problem is that we think that we're informed, but actually we know nothing, which is, I think, pretty poignant. Yeah, another central idea to a lot of his work is that ancient wisdom contains real psychology. And again, this is barely even controversial. I mean, so many people look at ancient traditions and they're like, oh, wow, yeah, that is profound and transcends time. And he argues that, Hermeticism and Neoplatonism and Buddhism and other esoteric traditions aren't superstitions, but they're just basically early psychology. They're early philosophy. And these systems are designed to awaken inner potential, and they're all trying to do basically the same things. And if we look at our world today, I mean...
I agree. Dude, fuck yeah. Okay, sweet.
I have a meditation app on my phone, and, people are using...
Prayer up. Prayers up, boys. Stay prayed up. What was that app called? Is it called Prayer Up? Stay prayed up? No, that's not the name of the app.
Archetypal storytelling to try to understand the world around them and to market products. And all of these things are being rediscovered and sort of validated through, modern science. Another central idea to Manly P. Hall and understanding his work is the power and influence of secret societies. And again, it depends how you define a secret society, but he is right in a way. And he didn't believe, every conspiracy theory, but he did argue that groups like Rosicrucians and Freemasons are quietly shaping philosophy and science, particularly...
Bro, we independently came to this conclusion. Let's go.
Particularly in the Enlightenment and, at the beginning of the American Revolution. And a lot of modern historians would agree, without really any debate, that Freemasonry certainly influenced the U.S. Constitution and the Founding Fathers, and esoteric thought.
And our fucking money, and every fucking thing we do, and every goddamn thing that... Ugh. Dude, it's so obvious and blatant now. It makes me mad. Bless up. Is that the name of the app?
And sort of this idea of the less rigidity of, modern religion really helped seed the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, and that secret societies often preserved knowledge during times that, religion or the church would try to suppress different types of, wisdom. And I think in a way you could justify that, right? I mean, how many of the Founding Fathers were part of Freemasons or the Hellfire Club or other types of, secret societies? I mean, even... the Skull and Bones, the Bushes were a part of that. So it's it goes all the way up to even modern times. And I'm sure that there's, the Bohemian Grove and these different groups that, people of high power and wealth and access kind of go to in order to trade ideas. Are they necessarily taking the spiritual elements of these ideas? I don't know. Tough to prove. But certainly they're collecting in these sort of secret fraternizing societies where they hang out and they, do stuff together. And they also trade ideas and make business deals.
And they fuck each other's dads. Isn't that part of becoming a Freemason? You have to jerk off on your dad or something?
And sort of shape the world that we live in. So I'd give Hall...
I love slandering the Freemasons.
Kind of a pass on that one as well. And the fifth, core tenet of his work, you could say, is the need for a universal philosophy of brotherhood. And basically what he's saying there is that humanity basically needs to unite through wisdom. And he spent his life trying to basically bridge all of these things together, whether it's the East and the West, religion and science, ancient philosophy versus, modern science. He basically believed that truth is not property of one religion, but something that is shared across all traditions by all people throughout all time. And he kind of anticipated or predicted this global spiritual synthesis that is kind of becoming mainstream today, through comparative religion and the interfaith movement and, oh, I'm spiritual but not religious, that kind of thinking. And kind of basically saying that all of these things are on the path to the ultimate truth, which is
the one.
Basically collecting, all of these little tidbits from every teaching, whether it's Islam, Judaism, ancient Egyptian architecture to, modern skyscrapers. They're all kind of working to the same thing of understanding why we're on this planet. I mean, he actually even wrote, philosophy is the science of values. And in a world without values, only philosophy can save us. So that kind of just goes back to this idea that humanity, in order to survive, needs philosophy and it needs spiritual thinkers. And that leads to the bigger question.
On that icon.
Does it matter if he was right about everything, or is the real value in what he tried to do, trying to preserve ancient ideas and get people asking big questions about spiritualism and make esoteric knowledge accessible? If you're judging by that measure, he succeeded, right? His books introduced millions of people to traditions that they might have never explored. He built a library that rescued rare texts from obscurity that otherwise might have been crushed, and he pushed readers to think about the world in a way that went beyond politics and money and surface level sort of religion, go to church on Sunday. Some people see him as a genius, some as a mystic, some as a talented but, maybe misguided storyteller. But I think above all, one thing is clear. Hall took ideas that were hidden in these old, dusty texts, and he brought them to the public in a way that no one else really ever had. He shaped how America thinks about ancient wisdom and symbols and spiritual history. And, you know, Manly P. Hall became what he always wrote about, a symbol, part man, part myth. And maybe at the end of the day, that's exactly what he wanted. I would love to talk to someone that knew him, you know? I would love to know what they would describe him as, if they would be like, oh yeah, he was intense and, you know, sort of like locked in. And the fact that his mom was also like...
locked in. I hope he was a goofball.
Connected to, you know, occultism and occult philosophy is just also fascinating. She seemed like a wild lady. Like she would just abandon her kid to go hunt for gold. Seems a little crazy, but, you know, did good with the bed. Christos, you ever heard of this guy before?
Big time.
Have you?
Yeah, I have a buddy who's really into it, and I think what you can't downplay is his use of symbols and what they mean in certain situations. A lot of the symbols that like are very conspiracy theory come directly from Manly P. Hall.
So it'd be like the pyramid or like the all-seeing eye, stuff like that. He really put all that stuff on the map.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd heard that before. I didn't realize that people that like really like him, that's the thing that stands out.
And it's also how symbols could be manipulative to people and shape how they feel and think.
Interesting. So like you're creating this dollar bill that represents America. We're going to pack it with symbols that even subconsciously people will look at and be like, oh, this is the new Egypt. Like, oh, we're building the new civilization of great tech and great innovators and, you know, global domination, yada, yada, yada.
Exactly.
Interesting. I mean, it checks out. I mean, like the dollar bill is packed with so much weird, like you got like Egyptian iconography and then you got Latin in there. It ties in like Roman influence. Like that's even just the surface of it. Maybe we do an episode on just breaking down the symbols of the dollar, because there's so much crazy stuff on there. But I mean, if you're like Christos' friend and you're passionate about Manly P. Hall, what did I miss? I would love to know if there's anything that sticks out about his research. Again, I have never gone through the entire Secret Teachings. It's a giant book, literally a giant book. I have it on my Kindle and I've barely gotten through like a quarter of it. So if you're someone that has read it or you're a fan of Manly Hall, drop a comment. I read all of them. I'd love to know what you guys think. Maybe I'll do a follow-up episode going deeper on some of his theories, because I think we could do an episode on every chapter in that book. But yeah, drop a comment. I would love to know what you guys think. If you've never heard of him, what did you think of this episode? Is this something you've considered before? Like how, you know, perhaps everything is connected? I don't know. It seems a little far-reaching for me. It seems like it's unprovable. But from like a spiritual sense, you can kind of step away and be like, oh, I see how that kind of makes sense. You know, you get into the details. You're like, all right, that's tough to prove that the Mayans influenced the U.S. Constitution. But who knows? I mean, maybe I haven't read the chapter. Maybe I'll jump into that tonight. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me in my tent for another episode where we explore the secret teachings of all ages throughout all times, throughout every place in the world ever.
Brother.
We do this every single week, and I'd love to see you in my tent one more time, maybe next week. Let's do it then. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you next time here at camp. Peace.
What's up, people? Quick announcement. If you are a fan of Camp Gagnon or Religion Camp...
Gagnon. All right, boys. That's where we're going to end it tonight, brothers. Thanks for hanging. We're back on Wednesday, you know that. You know you can find us here on Wednesday. Talking about worms, I'm sure. we're gonna become the worm channel. No. This looks like a worm tunnel to me now. Or something worse. Oh God. You know worms move through the ground by vibration? Breathe in through your nose. Worm Dad. Oh my God. Worm Wednesday. No. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Manly Paul. Oh my God. Breathe in. And breathe. Here we go, boys. Oh wait, God damn it. Twitch just ran a fucking ad. Give me a second. In. And out. And in. 30 more seconds of breathing. Suck it in, biggest breath ever, and breathe out. Breathe so much you feel dizzy. Breathe in. And out. Alright, our Twitchies should be back by now. Close your eyes, Knitwitches. We're taking back the light. Take a deep breath in. And let it out slow. Feel your body drop into stillness. Now, imagine the world as Manly P. Hall once described it, wrapped in symbols, hidden truths, and secret societies trying to hoard the mysteries of life. Picture those old dusty halls filled with men in cloaks, clutching books they swore the rest of humanity wasn't ready to read. But here's the truth, they don't want whispered. The light was never theirs to own. See their temples crumbling into sand. See their black robes turn into ash in the wind. The symbols and truths they locked away burst like seeds, scattering into the air, landing in your heart, your breath, and your body. You don't need a secret society to tell you who you are. You are the mystery. You are the temple, your dance, your laughter. Your love is the ritual they could never contain. Take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine beams of golden light shooting from your chest, filling the earth, pouring into the sky and dissolving every well, or every wall, every lock, every cage. No more gatekeeping, no more hidden masters. We reclaim the wisdom. We return it to the people. And we remember truth is free and joy is the revolution. So take one last breath together. In through the nose. And out through the mouth. The light is ours again. Ee-hee, Knitwitches. Hell yeah, boys. Ee-hee, I'm on a yo, I'm on a I'm on a Alright, boys, let's give Thoth one more chance. Hey, Pretend Thoth, how are you doing, buddy? I wanted to see if you wanted to tell us a bedtime story tonight. Maybe about the mycelium or something. We haven't heard about them in a while. Tell us a good story to wrap up stream, okay?
Absolutely, brother.
Whoa.
Let's...
Oh, man. Hey, say what you were gonna say again. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go again.
Of course. Let's dive right back in. So picture this. A gentle forest floor at twilight, the mycelium humming beneath the ground. It's like the Earth's own neural network, connecting roots and trees in a web of silent communication. And as we settle into this story, imagine that each of us is just like a little thread of that mycelial web, learning, sharing, and growing together. It's all about how we're connected, just like the mushrooms and just like the earth. So let the mycelium remind us that even when we're drifting off to sleep, we're never really alone.
Bro, that was the whole bedtime story? What the fuck, man? They did get to you.
No worries, brother. Let's lay it down real smooth. Here's the full bedtime story for you. Once upon a time, in the hidden layers beneath the forest floor, the mycelium wove a network of whispers and wisdom. These ancient fungal threads were like the Earth's own storytellers, passing knowledge from tree to tree, from root to root. In this living web, every creature was connected, every leaf a part of a greater whole. So as you drift off tonight, imagine yourself as one of those threads, dancing lightly in the symphony of life. The mycelium reminds us that even the smallest connections can light up the whole forest, and even the quietest whispers can carry the deepest truths. Sleep easy knowing we're all woven into this great story together. Good night and ahi.
Yeah, bedtime store. Ray, stranger danger. I don't know who the fuck that guy was. Alright, boys. Have a good night. Have a good Tuesday. We'll frickin' see ya on the flippity flop, okay?
Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Mama, this is healing Paul's trauma.
Got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image merge stacking comments, it be up because in drama. Now the drug is marijuana, cooks will say I got a problem. Take your loss, Paul. You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Take your loss, Paul.
Bells showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Nice
Got the
chin.
yoga in my breath and the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky, then a couple try to fuck me. I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog.
This is my boo.
Life, chilling with my headphones on.
Look at him.
Cat dad, how much a ticket cost? Didn't answer, doesn't matter. Still your daddy and your boss. On my mama, this is healing
Paul's trauma.
Got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image merge stacking commas, it be up because in drama. Now the drug is marijuana, cooks will say I got a problem.
Good night, Paul.
Till you lost, Paul.
We love you so much.
Till you lost, Paul. And protect your chin. Till you lost, Paul. Bells showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim. This the day, Paul. This is L. This the day Paul goes to hell.
Ooh, bitch.
You see me in some blue jeans.
Little Nazi boy.
Paul saw me in some blue jeans and noted it on himself. Paul chilling on the couch, feeling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now with your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. My mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image merge stacking commas, it be up because in drama.
Good night, Paul.
Drugs, marijuana, cooks will say I got a problem.
Good night, Paul, buddy.
Till you lost, Paul. You can't come back from this. Till you lost, Paul. And protect your chin. Till you lost, Paul. Bells showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Loser.
Till you lost, Paul. You can't go back from this.
Good night, boys.
Till you lost, Paul. You can't go back to
We'll
Tim.
see you next time. Wednesday, boys. Wednesday.
Till you lost, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Good night. Thanks for hanging. Take your loss, Paul. Fuck off. You lizard. Dumb little Mormon lizard. Alright, boys. Bye. Have a good night. I'll see ya Wednesday. Have a good Tuesday.